All right, let's test our luck on a last minute live stream. Okay, no, I was wondering, I was like, did I even put a title for this? I'm just going to call it for now pre-debate live stream. This can be a open panel. I will not let you on if I don't recognize you. But for my regulars, why don't we just in in anticipation for tonight's live stream debate on the Crucible with JD versus Jeffrey Phillips, vegan activist YouTube channel. All right, guys, there's the link. If you're currently watching, please say hello in the live stream, as well as subscribe if you're not a member, and smash that thumbs up button. Hey, Margaret, feel free to come on if you like. I don't know how busy it's going to be. Hey, John, first time I see your name. Welcome. I'm just doing a live stream. We're my friend JD from Garland Farms is going to debate on the Crucible, which is a moderating channel for debates. It's going to be against Jeffrey Phillips, who has also a YouTube channel on YouTube. This hopefully will become a series of debates between Jeffrey and Garland Farms, who is a regenerative farmer, raises ruminant animals over there in Texas. We're basically, in my opinion, not Jeffrey, JD from Garland Farms is going to be at a disadvantage because of the debate and the structuring. I believe the conversation is mostly going to be based on comparing the current global agriculture system, comparing plant agriculture to livestock or animal farming, and saying which one is more destructive to the environment and what causes the most death of animals. Is it the animal farming, or is the plant farming not so innocent? That's what JD will have to work with on this pre-debate live. I'd like to kind of just discuss how the farming systems, even though there's a wide variety of practices around the world, but the worst of the animal farming, looking at how it is, what the vegans usually criticize about that, and to look how it should be. Is there a way of reforming animal agriculture to make it more ethical, to make it more environmentally friendly, and to a certain extent, if animal agriculture is done differently, could it even help improve soil health, which is a positive effect onto the environment? Awesome to be here. Go a postcard from your bro. He wished I watched your show too. All right, a fellow Bruce Sees All cult member. I'll make sure to say thanks to Bruce again. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. He wished I watched your channel. We need the true natural animal agriculture, get the shepherd back in the culture. Completely agree. And if you've watched previous discussions, that's exactly what I seem to also be repeating, that the ruminant animals were in a natural ecological cycle with nature, that had a symbiotic relationship with the soil. So the ruminant animals are essential to maintaining soil health, keeping that soil alive so that plants can grow. Um, what we see now is that we've removed the ruminant animals from grazing. We've started, putting them indoors. We're not using the manure as a prime fertilizer. Therefore, the animal farmers have to basically store and figure out how to, get rid of the urine and the feces, the manure. Very small percentage of manure is being used as fertilizer. So then we'll look at emissions such as ammonia that occurs as the urine and manure uh, decompose and ammonia is released. The um, when they're criticizing about the ammonia, first of all, if the animals, if we were using the manure, then we wouldn't have all these issues with concentrated amounts of ammonia because we're trying to dispose of it. Therefore, we're storing the manure. Again, all of this cycle goes out of whack the minute that we break nature and God's intended symbiotic system that we see in nature, the ecology, the ecological cycle of the ruminant animals, and the soil as well as the atmosphere, like CO2 and things like that. So I don't think the JD will be able to speak mostly in today's debate using rational, logical um, arguments or making statements such as, well, you guys are complaining about all of the land use for crops such as corn to then be fed to the animals. Why, so now, we have, JD will have to defend that when in reality, JD isn't even a farmer that uses grain, nor is he an advocate for grain-fed ruminant animals. He's a regenerative farmer. He does grass-fed. He doesn't use antibiotics. He doesn't use hormones. The animals basically just eat the grassland, the grassland. So JD's put in a tougher situation where he's going to have to work within the restrictions of the debate, comparing the current plant agriculture to the current grain-fed system, which I just repeated myself. So, basically, not the way the animals are supposed to be used. The expression, it's not the who, it's the what kind of thing. No, it's not the who, it's the how. Meaning, it's not the cows, but it's how the um, livestock industry has been currently structured. That again is unnatural. Um, Margaret, did you want to go on or anything? Did you want to come on? John, if you wanted to press the link, feel free. It's a quiet stream, last minute stream. So feel free if you like to click it. You'll enter the back studio. You can use the camera if you wish, or you can shut the camera off and just your avatar, your profile image will show up if you want to discuss 10 on 10. I'm all into this topic from different angles. My favorite is cow and sheep grease and the symbiosis between air, water, and we see the results in mushrooms, psychoactive mushrooms at the end. That's something that I'm curious to hear more about. JJ, John, um, please click the link. And if you're from Bruce's channel, why don't you come on and we can discuss this in a little more detail. Me and JD had about an hour-long conversation. I invited him on to talk about Not necessarily all of the stuff on this evening's debate. Don't want to give off the angles. He wants to chill out. He just wants to not become mentally exhausted chatting on live stream when he has to go on in about 4.5 hours. Again, this is on the Crucible. It's 9 p.m. my time, so that's Eastern. Show up ahead of time to get good seats. Howdy, Margaret.
Hi. So do I go to Crucible or do I go to
You
yours?
there, Margaret?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, just a minute. Okay, yeah, I had my volume down.
Okay. So do I go to Crucible or do I go to yours?
Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Just a minute. Wait, was there like a feedback the whole time I was talking? I didn't realize that I had. No? Okay, good.
No.
Perfect. Sorry.
So
What were you saying, Margaret?
Do I go to Crucible or do I go to yours?
No, the actual debate will be 9 p.m. Eastern, and that's going to be on the YouTube channel, The Crucible.
Okay.
It has a red avatar here. I can punch it up. Just people haven't watched the video I posted before. So
okay.
I'll just
That's nice.
Screen it.
Okay. So this morning, making my coffee, I look out the kitchen window and I see all these birds pecking something in the snow.
Okay.
And I'm there, oh, that's nice. My neighbor upstairs threw out some bread, but I don't see bread. They were pecking and eating a dead bird.
Yummy.
So even the birds eat meat.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's animals in the wild that are technically herbivores that will take advantage of eating rotting flesh.
Yeah.
Do you see the screen up here? It's this one, the Crucible. So it's like a red profile.
Okay.
You see it?
Red sea, yes.
Yeah. I noticed they didn't advertise it or anything like that.
So are these guys like PETA?
The Crucible?
Yeah.
No, the Crucible looks like it's a YouTube channel that creates a platform for people to debate. So technically, they're non-biased. I know that go ahead.
So the debate, not JD, but the others, are they like the group PETA or PETA?
PETA? No, the debater is Jeffrey, right? Jeffrey Phillips. There's nothing. There's no like affiliation or anything with PETA or anything like that.
Okay.
It's really just Jeffrey. If you look at his YouTube channel, we can go there again.
Jeffrey with a G?
Jeffrey with a J. So Jeffrey Phillips. So this is him here. Similar size, about close to 4,000 subscribers. Similar to JD. I think JD's like more, but in the 4,000, but same size-ish channel. If you look at his content, pretty much.
Oh no, is that guy there that we don't like?
Yeah.
Oh crap.
There's freedom. Seems to be part of the community, and I think also probably
No.
Zetetic Warrior and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's him synthetic.
Yeah.
Oh crap. Oh
Well,
well.
I mean, I'm not going to compare the Zetetic Warrior to Freedom Grower. At least Freedom Grower wasn't attacking my family or anything. Was he necessarily rude? No, I found that he was cutting me off and over speaking, and it wasn't like a good faith discussion. But definitely, at least he wasn't like as Zetetic. I won't put him in the same the same category. So he does a lot of criticism of this guy, Carnivore Camaraderie, and he's, I guess, a carnivore. Hasn't been in the carnivore community. I don't know, carnivore diet. He's maybe a couple of months, 6 months max, maybe that he's into it. He's quite young. He has a pretty big following, actually. I don't know if that following he had prior to starting to do carnivore, um, material or not, but I think he's being criticized even within the carnivore community. I haven't wasted much time trying to look at him, but I kind of see that as far as criticisms go, I don't see much response videos. Well, here's Bart K. But he's responding here, Jeffrey. He's responding to Bart K, responding to the silliness of this guy. What else? So he's noticed like there's a lot of carnivore camaraderie. I'm looking. I mean, I'm sure he has a lot of content, but it doesn't seem like he. Well, maybe here some debate. I mean, he has some debate experience, but it seems like all the latest stuff isn't really going after necessarily commentary on carnivores and stuff like that. It looks like he's criticizing this guy because this guy's easy to criticize. I think a good sign of and his lives don't seem Jeffrey's lives. They seem to have a lot of music and they're quite short. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't do a
Yeah.
lot. He must be on a lot of maybe panels, like I said, the Awaken community and stuff like that. He must hang with there and spend more time on other people's panels. One good thing is that when me and Jeff, when he did come on my channel and spoke with me, which was on the live, we had me and him together here, a conversation, not a debate. And when JD came on, we talked like for a freaking long time, like 5 hours. It's like literally 7 hours total. It was a pleasant conversation. He wasn't over speaking. He allowed us to share our perspective. So it was quite pleasant, quite surprising. Didn't expect it to be a pleasant conversation. It didn't get triggering or heated or degenerated at all, which is cool. What was I going to say about these two? Oh yeah, the fact that Jeffrey didn't do response videos to those, because you would think if we had discussions here and he thought that what we were saying was completely ridiculous, or if we were making stupid statements, false statements, that he would have did like a lot of clips, a lot of editing out of the larger live stream here on my channel, and kind of make videos showing how stupid we are, kind of like he was doing with this carnivore camaraderie. So that's a good sign. But like I was saying before you came on, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, I think, because JD is going to have to debate and defend the grain fed industry. And it kind of sucks because he's not even an advocate for the current animal farming methods and grain feeding. So he's going to have to deal with some poor statistics, possibly. He's going to have to, he won't be able to say stuff like, oh, well, they'll be like, look at all the corn and the land use to grow corn to feed the cows. If we didn't feed the cows, we could feed the world with that space. So he won't be able to say, well, you know what, if we stopped feeding them grain and we turned all of this wasted corn area that's feeding the cows, and we just put the cows directly on there, then we can replenish the grasslands, we can sequester CO2, we can replenish the topsoil, and you know what I mean? So he won't be
Yeah.
able to point out like, hey, you guys are criticizing animal food that they're not supposed to be fed. A lot of these ammonia emissions that will be criticized as harmful effects on the environment. Well, a lot of the problem is that the farmers have to deal with the manure as waste. They have to store it. It's not being used appropriately, meaning the cows are not grazing. The crap is collected, and they have to deal with that without putting it back onto the land. So obviously, storing this is completely outside of the natural ecological process, a symbiotic relationship where all of this manure would be dropping directly on the soil. So it's like, again, all of these unnatural, ecologically unsustainable, just outside the realm of what nature intended, and now it has all of these negative consequences, and now the vegan's going to criticize that as if it's the only method, it's the only way, unable to have like a real, good faith discussion saying, well, let's acknowledge it. This is not the only way to raise animals. In fact, it's the inappropriate way. Now you're saying all of the wasted corn, and JD at least will probably go into details of saying, for example, soy. Well, the majority of soy is all for the seed oils, and the husks and things like that are fed to the cows. So no, they're not growing all the soy in the world to feed the cows. And the corn, yes, probably a large percentage is being uh, is not for human consumption. But again, there's a nuance to that. There's details. Statistics are manipulated. Um, and don't tell me that subsidized grains like wheat, corn, soy, rice, all of these legumes, I don't care, whatever, any of these, don't tell me that these, if we remove all animal food, that this now can replace the human food chain when it's devoid of many essential nutrients. They don't exist in there. It's basically just calories with,
You're getting your vitamins, but the body needs minerals, and you get that from the meat and the bone.
Yeah, no, for sure. But on top of it, like, because that's the impression I got, was like, oh yeah, like you get the majority of your vitamins and stuff like that from the plants, and it's not true. Like, think of all of the fat soluble vitamins. Where are you getting all those essential daily fat soluble vitamins? You got, they're not
Yeah,
in the
well, then they said they get it in supplements. Well, that's in the lab. And are
Yeah,
you
and
really
yeah,
getting the
exactly. And on
supplements?
top of it, I don't even think I think that these things are synthesized in labs, but after the mass production of this is all just industry. This impression that it's like in a lab and stuff like that. It's developed in the lab, but it's all mined. A lot of these things have to be mined. There's, like you said, it's an industrial process, and on top of it, there's very good evidence that they're not always in a natural form that the animal food is. It's not always as bioavailable. It's not bioactive. The whole like beta carotene is supposed to be vitamin A, but it's a precursor, and 5 to 65% of that is the absorption rate or the conversion rate. So some people are extremely poor converters. So vitamin A in the retinol form that you get it from animal food, it's devoid. It doesn't exist. Then you have the B12. That's the one that they acknowledge, but there's the supplements are mostly cyanocobalamin, and the absorbable form that we get is methylcobalamin, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot of these supplements, injectables, everything that it doesn't mean. Even if you're taking the supplement, you would analyze the blood levels. That doesn't mean that 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 level flying around in the blood is able to be used actively intracellularly. To actually go into the tissue, go into the cells, and actually do the job of B12. You got the
Okay.
EPA and the DHA. We've shown multiple times, 3.8%, 6%. That's with high saturated fat. No plant basers are consuming a significant amount of saturated fats. The omega-6 content, the majority of people have way too much omega-6. So if we would absorb the ALA, the plant omega-3, the amount that would be utilized well under 10%, well, it's going to be inhibited because there's so much omega-6. So the omega-6 actually prevents the small amount of omega-3 that you're getting from being absorbed. Then, like you said, there's minerals, there's iodine, zinc, there's iron, heme iron, which is an animal food compared to non-heme iron. That absorbability, it's a large vitamin K2 that JD's been into a little bit more this week, this past week, about even natto or natto, I think it's pronounced natto, that fermented soybean that the bacteria ferments the soybean, and it's the only source of K2. JD seems to be showing evidence that that K2 is MK7, and that is not really bioactive compared to MK4, which is the one that has a lot of known health benefits.
Right.
So it's quite abundant, and so the idea that let's completely, because it's a bold claim, right? The vegans, let's completely eliminate all animal food, and it's like, yeah, I know, but then where are you getting these essential nutrients that are only found in animal? Oh, there's a supplement. Oh, we can fortify food. So yeah, anything to add on that?
Are they looking at, like in the States, they have a lot of kill pens. Are they judging us on the kill pens,
Uh,
like Cargill and those guys?
yeah. Yeah, I mean, JD will be attempting to deal with the horrible grain-fed industry, which will
Okay,
severely
that
limit.
I have a problem because I'm Canadian.
Yeah,
We have like 4 months of snow and freezing temperatures, whatever.
yeah,
So growing up on farms in the winter, we didn't let the cows in unless it was really mild,
mhm,
but never let them further away than from the barn. We
yeah,
didn't put them out pasture
no,
because they slip on the ice. That's a cow that's gone,
yeah,
you know.
mhm,
So yeah, we grain fed them. They had their hay, their clover and mix. Sundays, they counted the days, I'm sure, because you go in on Sunday and they're all excited because they get molasses on their hay. I swear to God, that really happened.
yeah,
So in the States, in the lower 40, states, they can farm year round and put their animals out to graze.
Yeah. Yeah, like it seems like in Alberta they must be grass fed the whole length, and like you said, during the winter months, obviously they have
Yeah,
to.
but they move them closer on the property or in a valley where it's a
Is
bit warmer.
Yeah. Um, what I was wondering is like even see to my knowledge, like the whole Canadian grain feeding towards the end is yeah to fatten them up. Um, we let's say in the winter time, I'm assuming in the winter time, let's say when they have to be in barns more, they don't necessarily even during that period have to be fed grains, right? We could be just collecting um, the grass, right? The various grass species and stuff like that, and storing that and feeding them that.
Yeah.
Seems like that's a possibility, even in Canada. You know what I mean? I'm not.
So that's what we did. In the fall, we did the haying,
Yeah.
we did the clover, and then the mix, which is clover, alfalfa, and long grasses and that.
Uh
So
huh.
like they had all that to graze on in the barn because it was too cold to put them out. Like I say, that's
Yeah.
dairy farming. Beef farming, I don't know anything about really, but dairy farming I do,
Yeah.
and mixed farming.
Yeah. Like we have a dairy farm just down the road, and yeah, the cows are out there in the summer doing their thing, going to the barn to get milked and stuff like that. I'd like to go visit them this summer and ask about the milk quotas if that's an issue with them as well. That they like
Well, that'd be interesting, even if you could get them on your show. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So it's
Um,
something to look
two
into.
two years ago, my son brought the kids to a farm to show them where they get their food, and they bought some eggs and veggies and fruits from them.
Yeah,
And the kids were like, "Wow, this is really interesting," you know.
yeah, yeah. Maybe I will. I mean, they might. A lot of people are bilingual. Technically, they might be French. So, but I just live like 5 minutes on the border, so I can always cross into Ontario and
As long as they don't speak too fast.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe ask them and they can just come on to live stream. I'd like to do more interviews of various channels. It's just with the size that I'm at, that I am, it's not really beneficial for other people to come with their larger channel to talk on my smaller channel, I guess. So, but hopefully with time, it should grow.
Oh yeah.
So we shall see. We shall see the debate. I mean, he the vegan's going to be doing this debate, making a bold statement that we should end all animal food. So they're asking for a very extreme and drastic change to the whole farming structure, and I don't see the problem of us defending uh, animal farming by saying, well, no, this is the wrong way to do it, and it can be easily changed. I mean, they're asking a huge paradigm shift for us all to become vegan. Um, it's dangerous on well, it's not sustainable, first of all, right? So what you're going to still have the ruminant domesticated ruminant animals, and they're going to be just allowed to graze now that we're not eating them. Now you're going to put them out to graze, or do you just want to no longer allow them to breed, and then that means they literally go extinct? And then are they suggesting that they use all of this synthetic, petroleum-based, mined fertilizers, which is a non-renewable resource in a way. It's it's not an infinite supply. And then what, like after a certain amount of time, we run low on those resources, and now we don't have the ruminant animals to, which is ruminant animal manure is a sustainable method, right? The grass keeps growing, the cows keep eating, they keep breeding, they keep pooping. Um, so and I'm me personally, I'm thoroughly uh, I I'm not stating this on fact. It's hard to know what facts are because we're flooded with all sorts of information that, to a certain extent, we might not be able to fact, to basically fact check. Um, but yeah, I'm not
It's
sure.
creepy.
Yep.
I don't understand those people. So, like, did they grow up vegan? Their parents were, their grandparents were vegan? I don't think so.
No, nor
So
was it
this
even
oh
possible.
thing.
It wasn't even possible prior to uh, advancements in industry and transport and science to be able to fortify foods and to be able to make these supplements and stuff like that. It's the I think it comes from this idea that it's like oh, this creation in nature isn't intelligent design. This is all like a mistake, and we're intelligent and we can improve things, instead of having a respect for nature and its wisdom, and that we see the intelligent designer in there, and that we know that, and that we honor and see the symbiotic relationships and the necessity, and try to continually align ourselves back with natural cycles, natural environmental, natural ecological, and biological cycles. It just seems it's like, let's, if we get off track, we can always turn back and realize how finely tuned these cycles are, and that, we can go back, but they just want to push on forward with the brave new agenda into a brave new future where the animals, they are essential. So you're going to have to do something with these animals. I've seen extreme stances to the point of saying that something about, like, whether it's like killing all the predators so they can't attack the prey, or genetically modifying predators, or doing something to change the carnivorous predators to not omnivores, herbivores and stuff like that. It's just like a complete uh, delusional fantasy claims. The fact that we're the ones that are normal, doing what humans have always done, and now they come up with um, this extreme religion, this worldview, this ideology, and here we are, the normal people, sitting here trying to justify essential realities of life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, sorry, you're the crazy. You guys are coming up with this crazy idea, which I don't even know if they're being honest. I know many are not being honest enough, because they make the statement that humans are not carnivore. Um, Jeffrey had sent JD in a comment, a reply. We had went very briefly towards the end of the last live stream, but that I believe we did on JD's, um, on very like a it was like very religious, and calling carnism a religion of violence and domination, uh, really stating that to the point of saying that animals had a higher level of consciousness until they started eating each other. Like, are they trying to give animals Disney-like qualities, whereas like, oh, actually, animals were highly evolved and they even spoke like in Disney, and but they started eating other animals, and that dumbed them down to the point that now they act like animals. It's like,
Really?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I have the video by Mark Passio popped up. I was depending on how this was going to go. If I needed
Well,
material, I was going to.
I saw on YouTube psychologists comparing humans to apes.
Mm,
Apes act on the now, whereas we sit back and we think things out.
yeah,
That's what divides us. We
yeah,
use reason and they act on the now, you know?
yeah. And the what I'm saying is that video that me and JD just briefly started going through. They were saying like, no, animals had a higher thought capacity, implying very maybe similar or a lot more elevated, and that literally what they were eating um, is what has put them into this lower state of consciousness where they're just stupid animals now, and they're implying that if humans continue eating, that it's going to lower our vibration as well. And Jeffrey sent this video, and within the video, even speaks about obviously it's a higher level of consciousness that first is attained by the avoidance of all animal food. Then that will raise your level of consciousness. And some people have raised it to such an extent that they no longer even need to eat plants, that they can achieve all of their nutrient requirements for their body through the sun and by breathing. So that's a very uh, scary video to post to somebody as convincing when you're like, whoa, did you forget that part was in there? Or are you literally saying that this video is good enough to share, and means that you agreed without even stating something like, yeah, there's a few wacky things in here, but the guy makes a good point, or so something like that. Just want to say hi to Peter. Peter is here in the house. Yes, Peter, I was summoning you telepathically. Be right back. I need to finish off these two songs. Uh, why don't you come online, G Legend, and sing the songs for us? Apes are not the only mammals to use tools. The otter uses tools to eat clams and oysters. It is a fact vegans hate. Well, I mean, there's a lot of facts that vegans hate. Again, JD is again at a disadvantage trying to convince, um, to make the statement like, okay, let's compare animal agriculture to plant and the amount of suffering and death. There's just not not many statistics on that. It hasn't been counted. Like, why do you think these people do certain kinds of environmental studies that are related to agriculture? Who's paying for those studies? Who's sponsoring? Who's subsidizing the studies? Um, are they going to ask questions that the political agenda or large corporation agendas really don't want to know the answer to? It's like, oh yeah, let's try and find all the negative aspects and publish these studies on the negative aspects of plant agriculture, the death, the destruction of the environment, the unsustainability, the chemicals. Let's do in like let's just keep on publishing out these studies because why? Like who wants to use them? Um, I was surprised that that felt like Jeffrey was being intellectually dishonest, kind of like putting a blind eye to stuff when I was talking about like, well, listen, like seems like the meat processing corporations like Cargill and is it JBI, JBS, and Tyson Foods, all of these things, they're in it for the money. They are currently in the livestock farming, sure, great, but they're putting pressure on the animal farmers, squeezing them out, making it hardly worth any. It's costing them a certain amount to bring the animal food to these processors, and they're hardly giving them any profit. They're like paying them close to the price that it's costing for them, to bring it. And then after, like, is obviously it's more lucrative and easier to just feed us the cow food, the grain, soy, and all of that. Just feed it directly to us instead of feeding it to the cows, and then from the cow, having us eat the animals. So when I was saying, these Cargill and all these processing plants, they want the monopoly of protein. They're not going to be continuing to try and compete with animal food against these new protein processing plants, plant-based protein processing corporations. And they're like, no, we have the monopoly right now of protein because, so let's actually own both of them. But obviously, we're going to push the plants because we're making way more money. But they're going to want um, both animal as well as plant. And I was kind of that shouldn't be denied. And Jeffrey was kind of like going like, "What? No, I never heard about that." When I was kind of talking, and I was trying to have cordial conversation, so I was mentioning things, not necessarily going to try and convince them or getting into, this back and forth like, oh, you don't believe me. I said my stuff, but when he was saying stuff like, I was saying, look, Bill Gates, he's buying up large amounts of farmland, and he was kind of like, no, that's not true. He doesn't own that much farmland, and I was like, oh, okay, I don't agree with that. And then he's like, I was like, why do you think he's doing that? Because he put a lot of money in the alternative meat industry, and he wasn't acknowledging, in my opinion, that either. So it was kind of like, yeah, Bill Gates is just a rich guy. Like he has no power or authority. I'm like, excuse me, like we just,
Oh, 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 oh. Um,
yeah, go
I don't know where I heard this. It was on YouTube, and I forgot where I was on YouTube. Damn, because he's coming back on. He knows a chef for these underground bunkers for all these elitists.
yeah,
And he says, you wouldn't believe the stuff that they're going to be eating while we're out here.
of course,
He says, and then he said, we're talking steaks, caviar, trout, salmon. He says, you name it, it's there. And he says, I'll get back on that on another date. I'll have him on.
yeah.
Oh,
Who is this guy that
I,
you're saying?
it was on YouTube. I just happened to be streaming and I saw that he was on.
Was
And
it recent?
yes,
You're probably checking your history.
okay.
The history like goes back super far. Um, yeah, like they're not stupid. I mean, it shows like like literally like, oh wow, like it's like the nutrition, recommendations. Like, wow, you guys, wow, what a coincidence! You guys managed to get every single thing wrong. boy, like how the hell did these smart people get everything wrong? It's like, no, they're quite aware, and they they need to make us nutrient deficient, infertile, sterile, lower the population, dumb the population down, um, create a very nutrient deficient population, and the next population or generation will be born from nutritional deficiencies already dumbed down. That opens up all sorts of genetic predispositions to diseases. And then after, you can imagine that next generation, it's just, our stature can go down. And when we've looked at things such as spermicidal corn, um, medical eggs, eggs that can literally create medication once it's ingested. I don't know if you were there for the time I showed that. So all of these genetically engineered and modified plants that can be used as literal weapons, without them having to tell us, oh, by the way, that patented sterilizing corn, yeah, we're putting that in all of the food supplies, since now there's only one large corporation supplying everything, and animal food is the price of caviar. It's like, so it's like they're not going to remove it, and billionaires are able to afford paying for $100 for for a steak. Not that they'll need. They can probably, even if they ban it, by law, that we can't homestead, um, and we'll have no say in that. It'll just be passed under the fly. I'm sure they'll be able to, on their private land, homestead. Um, then after, they're gonna squish, all of these, like they did with the last crisis here, all of these privately owned businesses, restaurants, these entrepreneurs losing their livelihood, while Amazon and online shopping and stuff like that, and pharmaceutical, and just by coincidence, all of the big corporations made record profits, and other people are losing their livelihood. Meanwhile, they're just sending out checks, as if they weren't aware that would create, huge inflation, um, food shortages that are created. We have food scarcity, can't feed babies formula, but they're gushing out, having farmers empty 30,000 liters each of milk. What a joke.
On YouTube, there's he's called the barrister, something. He's a lawyer,
Okay.
and he got together with the farmers because 6 million eggs sitting because they're odd shaped or they have a thicker shell.
Yeah.
But the stores only want a certain type of egg. So the farmers had 6 million eggs sitting there. So
JD posted on his community a picture there about rations, in a way, like, oh, you're only allowed to purchase two packs of eggs. It's limited, like they were kind of doing during the pandemic initially, when everyone was buying up toilet paper, and they were all scared that it was gonna, be something there. Everything was limited. So that's like the farmer said, it's like, oh, you're paying $7 for this carton of milk, and meanwhile, I'm putting down the drain all of the milk, and now it's like supply and demand. It's the
yeah,
same
you're
this.
in hot water. If you're over, you're fined.
Eh?
And if you're over your quota, like let's say we had a real rainy period and the cows are out grazing, well, that's going to produce more milk, right?
Yeah.
Because they're taking in more fluids.
Yeah.
So now you're over your quota. Well, you have to dump it because when the milkman comes, there's a gauge on it, and he knows exactly how much is going in. And if you're over that, you're fined. If you're
Yeah.
under that, you're fined. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the idea that even for plant agriculture, oh yeah, we can't take like heirloom seeds and plants, collect the seeds for and so that it's my crops. I paid for them. Now I collect the seeds so I can replant next season. And again, you have this sustainable seeds, and stuff like that. No, we're going to have Monsanto create, Roundup and create these genetically modified, sterile seeds. So basically, you plant it, and that's it. It doesn't produce next season's
But
seed.
there was a court case in the States somewhere.
But
Monsanto was selling seeds, right?
yes,
Anyway, this farmer goes out and he sees his car parked off his property, but parked, no driver.
yeah,
And he's thinking, somebody's got problems, with their vehicle. Anyways, he sees the guy go over his fence. The guy was on his property, go over
yeah,
the fence, get in his car. And he says, is there a problem here? And he says, I'm taking you to court. You're using Monsanto seeds that you haven't paid for.
yeah, because the wind blew them or something.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that farmer won his case
the
because
guy
that
won
was,
against the farmer.
yeah, he won. No, the farmer won.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, and then meanwhile you have the Roundup. It just it doesn't make sense. It's such a
And then you got the case in India.
yeah
Um, Monsanto went over there with their genetic seeds. You'll get more produce, everything. So the
yeah
farmers that are already poor threw their money in, thinking, "Oh wow, this is really really help." They go and they plant, nothing's happening. So they go to Monsanto, your seeds are dead. There's nothing growing. Oh, well, you have to buy our fertilizer.
yeah
So like,
yeah.
it's gone.
It's all a scam. It's all a scam. Just like Bill Gates, with the V. It's like, oh yeah, it's an emergency. We don't have time to do. We have to do emergency use. We're going to bypass all of the FDA standards. Not that I really have much faith in the FDA either. But anyways, we're going to fast track this to the population because it's a crisis. It's a global crisis. Then people are like, well, since it's a global crisis, then can you give the countries, the poor countries, the recipe so that they can produce the vaccine? It's like, oh no. It's like, okay, so you admit that this is, we're gonna bypass bodily autonomy, but it's not enough of an emergency to make sure the whole world has access to the V. And
Yeah,
then
there was an episode of the United Nations. One of the African presidents got up and said, "You're not going to tell me how to run my country and tell my people what to do, what to eat, what to buy."
yeah,
Anyways, I think it had something to do with the vaccines. So, and he dropped all trade with them, and he's doing business now with Russia.
hmm.
So he's in the black book.
Yeah, obviously. Um, I'm looking at G Legend. What G is saying? G Legend says they will give the livestock slop to people who are not rich enough to eat a fancy vegan diet and afford the pantry of supplements. Dude is textbook vegan. Dude is textbook vegan and picking low hanging fruit called carnivore. He can always win gain up, I guess. His greatest achievement is proving a young adult wrong. That is why Earthling Ed and Your Carb Strong on Talk to College Kids and Young People. Yeah, he's talking about Jeffrey. Like I said, if Jeffrey would have came on, spoke with me and JD, and we were saying ridiculous stuff, I guarantee that, and rightly so, and he's in completely his right to make response videos, to do, just take the whole stream, post it, edit clips, create it like you want. He could have did that. um, he didn't. He didn't post, which is surprising. Like, oh, you just wasted hours here the on my channel, or it's not beneficial for you. You may as well get some views. Download it and post it on yours, just like Z Warrior did, and OTW and stuff like that. He didn't. I am making the assumption that he didn't do that because it wouldn't have been beneficial to the cause. Because I think that me and JD were, well, we came, we didn't come prepared. It wasn't a debate. It was just a spur of the moment conversation. But I think that we knew what we were talking about. But yeah, it's good. It's too bad that JD's going to have to defend a broken, unnatural, grain-fed system, and making valid points such as rodenticides, bactericides, herbicide, all of these various crop chemicals, crop protection, the shooting, all of these. The numbers are probably hard to come to a conclusion about, even estimated numbers. Nor is it an issue that's being pushed that's beneficial for anything that they want to create. So there's not going to be studies about crop deaths. And I even told JD, I'm like, look, I don't care if there's 50 times more animals that are killed directly for animal food. Looking at the ethical question, it's not about only the number of deaths, it's also the amount of suffering per death. Even the worst, even the worst practices, slaughterhouse practices, the animals are still killed relatively rapidly. It's a meat production line. They're not smiling. It's a bunch of people that are not getting it paid enough to just get through all of this beep, zap, stun, whatever, slice, and off we go, down the market there, down the production line. But if you look at plant agriculture, for example, let's say the rodenticides for the rodents and the warfarin, the anticoagulant used, these animals become poisoned, die over a 2-week process. The ripple effect is that the smaller rodents get eaten by larger wild animals that then also absorb the anticoagulant, also hemorrhage to death. So that's an example. That's an extremely painful way to go. Having bullets rain down onto wild animal that are attacking the crops, again, is not humane, and that needs to be acknowledged. Even though we don't have necessarily the numbers, we do know that it is still a form of suffering for the animals. Again, they're not living in reality because every single wild animal suffers tremendously in their lifetime as well, and usually dies a very painful death. Whether it's getting
Right.
smacked by a car, getting infected, going through famines, going through droughts, be becoming
Well,
sick,
fun.
being pushed out by their own herd, being eaten by predators, alive while they eat, the your abdominal sections. So, trying to eliminate suffering in this current situation is not possible. And I mean, I think that Satan is always very deceptive. You know, often what is satanic is trying to achieve the promises that will be obtained by God through Christ Jesus, the correction, the redemption of everything, and the new creation. And in that new creation, we will not be carnivorous, nor will there be any predator and prey. It says, what is it? Is it the wolf will lie down with the lion and the child will lead them? Anyways, it refers to a predator and a prey lying down together and a little child leading them, implying, okay, the thorns and thistles that occurred during the fall of man and the fall of creation due to man, this will be corrected. And so, this aspiration in man's heart, this suffering with the fact that we have to kill the innocent animals to to survive. It's a punishment. It's a spiritual punishment that humans have to remember that this is not what God created. This is not what God intended, and this is not the end game that God Himself will correct. So it's like Satan wants to accomplish what God said He will accomplish, but do it through human means. It's like we're going to get to the Garden of Eden. We don't know. We don't need God. We don't need a savior to get to paradise. We will create paradise in our own image. We will remove suffering. Uh, so it's again, it's a lie. You know, I don't know many omnivorous meat eaters. The majority, 99% of the population that's ever existed, will exist, and has existed, that weren't you know uh, vegan. I don't know any of them that found joy in the idea that they had to kill. There are prize hunters, obviously get off on it, but to make these stupid claims that men eat meat because they think they're alpha males, and it's all about domination and about violence, and you're like, really? No. And why do vegans, and they always say, oh, this is to wean off the meat because you were fed meat, and that's a meat addiction, and therefore people that have eaten meat and animal food all their lives, they've acquired this addiction. So these mock meats and stuff like that, these processed vegan foods, those are for the weaning. This is for people transitioning, and it's like, no, they all eat that crap. And why do they constantly have to mimic various forms of animal food? They'll use the yeast for a cheesy taste. They'll use mushrooms for a meat taste. Like they just are constantly making these mock animal food. But then they'll especially the activists, they'll state that milk is murder, milk is rape, that eating animal flesh is murder. But it's like, okay, well, why do you guys constantly have to imitate? You're always looking for versions that are similar. And this is not for new vegans. This is for mainstream long term vegans. You look at channels, what I eat in a day, they're eating the slop. It's like your body will not allow you to stop craving food that's essential. All of the other creatures don't know how to read books. They just naturally crave foods and eat what they crave, and for some reason, instinctually, they get everything that they need. Humans are exactly the same thing. You know, that's why vegans constantly try and make different textures, or make it look like, when they're trying to make these eggs and stuff. And it's like, why does it need to look like eggs? Like, what's your obsession? And if this is murder, imagine me saying that pedophilia is wrong, but then I'm making little models of naked babies in lingerie or something. It's like, uh, no, pedophilia is wrong. So that's why pedophiles aren't allowed to have websites with AI porn, or you know what I mean, like
Yeah.
paraphernalia. Although that is starting to happen in China. China has such a issue with the ratio of men to women because of that limitation in the amount of babies that they were allowed to have. So, people, because they were only allowed to have one baby, I guess didn't want women, didn't want females. So they wanted males, and now you have this decreasing population issue in China, where it's like there's not enough women. Uh, so
Yeah,
that
I'd read something like for one woman, there's 20 men.
something like that. So
Mm.
these men don't have partners, so they're using
So now you're
these
going to go to war. You have to get rid of the surplus men, so you have to go to war, kill them off.
that too. Uh, but what they're doing is they're using robots. So it started with sex robots for well, there's for men and women, but in China they're specifically saying that this is a lot of men are opting for sex robots because they just have, no prospects, right? Like you said, it's 20 to 1 ratio. But now here's that slippery slope where I saw somebody mentioning that they're starting to make these things look younger and younger. So now you have these sex robots that really look like, you know underage bodies and stuff like that. So if it's unethical, if it's rape, if it's murder, I think it's highly hypocritical that you guys are making imitation for your food, since you're so compassionate and moral and ethical. You're claiming rape and murder, but then you're making foods resemble rape and murder, the way it looks, the texture, as well as the taste. Makes absolutely no sense. It's not logical, and I've called them out on this. Uh, and again, they'll just deny. Oh no, I don't eat those. I never eat those. Sure, I believe you.
Oh,
Just want
oh,
to turn on.
two,
What were you saying?
2 or 3 weeks ago, it was on the news here. A vegan mother was she couldn't breastfeed her
Hmm.
child, her newborn,
Yeah,
and she was feeding it almond milk. So
wonderful.
you get the nurse goes around to check on the baby and the weight and everything, with
Yeah,
the home visit,
yeah.
and she says, okay, in the beginning, yeah, the baby will lose weight. She goes back a week later, the baby's still losing weight. It's not normal. Third week, your baby's really not well. We have to go to the hospital.
Hmm.
And then they find out the mother's giving the baby almond milk. Well,
Yeah.
she's lost her baby now because she's not a fit mother.
No, obviously. There's not like there's no fat in there. There's no cholesterol. There's no fat soluble vitamins, and any of the vitamins on the side are fortified, and those fortified vitamins are not in the form that are the same as animal nutrients and vitamins. So the what you're actually getting isn't even bioavailable. The idea that if you look at the content in breast milk, human breast milk, and like, my goodness, there's probably like 100,000 different individual nutrients, molecules, bacteria, all sorts of stuff that it's not comparable. Plus, it's high in fat and cholesterol. So it's like, what, why do babies drink fat and cholesterol and it doesn't cause them a heart disease kind of thing? No, it's essential. When Jeffrey was saying that, um, I was, again, in my conversation, I was trying to make um, the conversation relaxed.
Yeah.
Just wanted to get no, I didn't want to get into heated debates. So I was talking about the seed oils because I do know that, uh, although I don't hear them talk much specifically about um, the seed oils, they do acknowledge that all fats are bad. So they acknowledge that the seed oils are bad as well, even though I don't think they exactly know why they're bad. They're just thinking that fat is fat. It makes you fat. It's bad. It clogs your arteries and stuff like that. Because I was trying to, well, let's focus on the seed oils. So we were okay with that, but then he went and said like all fat causes insulin resistance. Because what I was saying was, not the first time I hear vegans talk about fat causing insulin resistance. I was like, well, it obviously omega-6 will become a component of the structure of the cell, the lipid membrane that allows for absorption across the cell membrane. If this is highly oxidized, if this is composed of mostly omega-6, all of these things, inflammatory, oxidizing, cellular damage, then yeah, I can see how, like, it can possibly have, be a part of worsening insulin resistance. But then he was like, no, all fat, like animal fat, also causes diabetes and insulin resistance,
Huh?
and that's crazy because I mean, uh, you know, ketogenic diets that are so-called high in animal fats, we know PubMed, we can pop it up. It reverses type 2 diabetes, and we're technically consuming more than the recommended amount of saturated fat. So insulin resistance is reversed. Fat does not cause any insulin response. So I affirmed that. Well, that's where we differ in opinion. So I gave my opinion, didn't let that slide. I said, I don't. This is where we will disagree on that. Um, there is here. Let's look at. You were talking about vegan parents. Vegan parents jailed or arrested. All right. I'm just going to present. Yeah, I just wrote parents vegan. Parents vegan parents jailed. National Post article. Vegan parents avoid jail for starving baby on strict diet, halting her development. The parents were sentenced to an 18-month correction order and 300 hours of community service for feeding their baby a strict diet and left her severely malnourished. Um,
12
the
year old. My God.
Their daughter, now 3, looked like a 12-week-old infant at 19 months due to her inadequate diet. The court was told an Australian couple who fed their diet a strict vegan diet that left her severely malnourished have avoided serving a jail sentence. The 35-year-old man, the 33-year-old woman from Sydney who could not be named for legal reasons. We're giving 8-month jail term, which will be served as a community order. I don't care about the jail sentence. I just care
And
about
they're going to say the government has no business stepping in and all this crappy
yes.
stuff.
Yeah, she was fed a diet of oats, rice milk, potatoes, vegetables, rice, tofu, was occasionally given a mouthful of fruit, sultanas as a snack. The toddler was found with no teeth when she was taken into care last year. This child was severely malnourished, underweight, and undersized, and delayed as far as age appropriate milestones were concerned. Yeah, so I mean, this is a wonderful diet to push on the population, to sterilize them, to cause infertility, to cause lower IQ, not reaching full developmental growth, intellect. The brain, a developing brain needs what it requires to achieve, uh, optimal. I mean, even at this point with the standard American diet, we're still nutrient deficient. We are overdosing on calories, which is the result of results in obesity. Yet we have nutrient deficiencies, even though we're consuming massive amounts of calories, primarily in the form of carbohydrate that is non-essential. We already have nutrient deficiencies. And even the food that omnivores eat to a certain extent is fortified. So you can imagine, even if they're not fortified. So now you're going to have population that is poor. So the food that they'll be limited in the amount of food to a certain extent also. And we'll be nutrient deficient, and this is a way of depopulating people that want to spend tons of money on fertility treatments when they probably realize it's all about nutrient deficiencies. Let's just for fun, let's just go through it just quickly again. So this was what the toddler was eating: the potatoes, rice, oats, and stuff. She added, the child was severely malnourished, underweight, undersized, delayed as far as age-appropriate milestones were concerned, and is responsible. It's the responsibility of every parent to ensure the diet they choose to provide to their children is one that is in balance and contains sufficient essential nutrients for optimal growth. I mean, what's very sad also is now they're pushing diet pills, pharmaceuticals again on children, as well as gastric bypass surgeries for children that haven't even hit puberty yet.
I'm
Um,
like,
and claiming that this is uh, genetic. It's like, first of all, fat parents, fat children, because the parents probably don't know the truth about nutrition. They're trying to eat what they're being told to eat. Plenty of carbs in the form of brown bread, whole grains. Then after, add fruits and a little bit of sugar is acceptable. So they're a sedentary culture, eating non-essential carbohydrates, which is strictly a fuel, not understanding glycogen storage, not understanding, and it's you've heard me repeat many times, just a simple biochemistry about macronutrients, about insulin, about how fat is created, why we don't have access, to fat store. It's not brain surgery. Yet there's a lot of people that that's why I kind of coach people and just say, like, look, just eat animal foods, and if you feel like it, eat plants. Just stay away from these kind of plants that are starchy. Go highly animal based, carnivorous, somewhat, because people are just so confused. It's like, oh, I don't eat sugar. And it's like, then they start talking about their juice, their bread, and things like that. And you're like, no, carbohydrates. And then you explain fiber, carbohydrates, total carbs, and you look at the sugar content, subtract the fiber. Those are, that's the carbohydrate content, but that is still a load of glucose that you're going to have to deal with. That some people just can't grasp it. Um, but it's not brain surgery at all. Yet now they're saying, oh, it's genetic. People, basically it's like, no, no, it's a disease. Obesity, it's a disease. It's inherited, and there's nothing really that you can do. You're a victim again of this uh, you know, um, horribly built body. So what we're gonna have to do is, since we're smart, we're gonna start drugging your child with diet pills, and we will encourage and fast track them through gastric bypass surgery. It's like,
Yeah.
why does gastric bypass surgery work? What are you doing with that? You're not changing anything metabolically. You're literally restricting portions. You're going to feel like your stomach will explode if you eat too much. So it's forcing you to eat less. So why all of a sudden a genetic problem, a genetic juvenile problem that is completely genetic, obesity, the minute that you shrink the stomach and physically limit their ability to eat, they're able
Hey,
to lose.
my daughter-in-law, my first grandchild, they come do the home visit and the baby's underweight. Okay, so then they say, you flick the baby's toes, tweak
Mm,
them to wake her up so she can feed. Then a couple of months later, baby's overweight. So
yeah,
like my daughter-in-law was like, first she's skinny, now she's fat. Like, what am I doing wrong? And she's in
yeah,
tears. The next home visit was an older nurse.
yeah,
And she said, like, wow, she's a big girl. It's okay, you got cash on you? And she says, yeah. And she says, give me about 15, 20 minutes and I'll be back. So then she came back to the house with a pump, cleaned everything up, told her how to use it, how to measure and put in the bottle. And she says, just put a little bit more because she might be more hungry. And then in the next feeding, less hungry.
yeah,
And everything turned out perfect. It was the older woman who knew more than the two that had gone there previously.
yeah. It's just give me a second. Green Ghost says, I'm not going to put the guy down. He did seem like a nice guy, though. Green Ghost is referring to Jeffrey. Yeah, for the record, I did acknowledge that the conversation was pleasant. Again, I'm criticizing his doctrine, criticizing his beliefs, his statements, um, and not necessarily him, because he has not given me any reason, especially anything personally directed towards me. I am making some assumptions, kind of like, oh well, like he seems to be concentrating on this carnivore camaraderie guy who is clueless, and you know that's kind of easy picking. It's easy bait. So I'm calling it as I see it. We will see. We'll see if he comes out with a different tone. Now that the battle will start, and um, JD is also a boot to the butt kind of guy. I'm sure that maybe JD will come out with all guns blazing as well. Um, yeah, like Green Ghost Man, a lot of vegans are not pleasant in conversations. Um, in a vegan world, in a vegan world, the rich will eat meat. The people who can afford food will eat human food, and the less privileged people will eat deadly livestock slop. Caste system 101. Yes, 100% agreed. As we notice that even the herbivores, when they consume grain, they get fat. And when our domesticated animals that we have as pets, cats, dogs, when they eat, the highly processed grain food too. Um, even dog food is just highly soy and other things like that, a bit of meat maybe, products in it. Look at the obesity in our domesticated animals. There's a guy who's a nurse. I remember he lived in Russia, and over there they don't have dog food. They just feed the dog the scraps, and none of them are obese. And he goes, I'm looking at like all of your animals, and they're fat and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, exactly. They're eating a standard modern American diet too. Look at the what is in that crap. It gets them sick. So cows magically get fatter when they're eating all of this grain. We magically get fatter when we're eating all of this grain as well. G Legend, I'm a trucker. People get paid way less than minimum wage for fruits and vegetables. I had a reefer unit trailer. Um, the wolf will pretend to be a sheep till the sheep can eat and not get noticed. That is Satan. Everything that the qualities that God has, his omniscience, that he's everywhere. Satan is a created creature, an angelic being that has locality. He's not present everywhere. He has to roam to and fro upon the earth. However, the technocracy, the technology that is being used, that will be used against us, is satanic. And this AI, um, you know, this G5 AI capability of no more privacy, analyzing, us, having, all of the information of the connected web at your fingertips. These algorithms analyzing, these AI analyzing our reactions, our comments, facial recognition. This in a way gives fake attributes to the powers that will be controlling us with this technology. It's a form of omniscience. It's a form of all-knowing. Statements like God knows you better than you know yourself. That is exactly what the World Economic Forum stooge Yuval Noah Harari said. He goes that humans are biological algorithms, no different than bananas and chimpanzees, and that AI will know you better than you know yourself. And to be honest, that technology, I'm not denying it. The ability to manipulate, to control, marketing has been doing this for a long time. So there's a way of having omniscience, all knowingness. Through Christ we promise eternal life. So it's conditional immortality through Christ, transhumanism, scientific advancement, digital consciousness. All of these things again is Satan's way of saying you don't need a new creation. We're going to create a new creation. We're going to create you guys. Jesus promises a resurrected body. We'll give you an immortal body. Science will give you an immortal body. We'll gene edit you. We'll CRISPR you. We'll put nanotechnology. We're going to transhumanize and upgrade you, and everyone's going to have their android in their brain. We'll be able to contact and communicate telepathically. It's just these huge claims of immortality, of no more death, of no more suffering, of God said, Jesus saying, like, you shall be like me. We won't be God the Father. We will always be subject and below God the Father. But it says that we shall be like the eternal Son of God. We will be adopted into that same position of Son of God, or we'll be sons and daughters, true children of God. Anyways, you could just see that Satan will always try and do an imitation. The Bible, God has given his plan from A to Z. It's there. He's given you full disclosure. Satan has to also give you full disclosure. Satan finds a loophole by saying, well, I'm just going to infiltrate the entertainment industry. I will call them movies, science fiction movies, and I will, within the premise of these stories, tell you my plan. It's deceptive. It's a way of saying I had to say the story, but doesn't mean that I had to, I had to mention that, by the way, this is the satanic plan. This is my plan. This is my satanic plan. And what we also see is, um, yes, there's an evil, you know, murder, suffering, killing babies and drinking their blood kind of aspect, I guess, to Satanism. But the mainstream message of Satanism is do whatever you want. Sounds not that evil, but that is the law that they live by. It is the worship of self, and through worshiping self, you inadvertently end up worshiping Satan. Obviously, anything that doesn't bring glory to God. Um, if you humans are animals of worship, we have there's no choice. We will constantly be making idols, and we will constantly be worshiping things, whether it's our beauty, whether it's drugs, recreational, hedonistic lifestyles, power, money, um, all of these things we will worship, and we see that this self-centered, self-absorbed, narcissistic spirit of acknowledge me, affirm me, acknowledge me. It's like, and we can tell how weak that state is because they're completely destroyed if we don't affirm certain things. When aren't we supposed to be built on a strong foundation where we don't care what other people think? We have a conscience and we know if we're doing right. We have a conscience. We care about what God thinks. We care about pleasing God. We care about bringing glory to God. So this criticism that religion corrupts man. Well, let me say it this way. How is society doing now? Are we happier? Is the suicide rate going up or down? Is there less and less violence, or is there more? Is there more problems in society as time goes by? And are we walking away from God? Is that a proof that it's directly because of God? No, it's an association, it's a link. But it seems like all the horrors of the past that they blamed on religion. Um, look at the genocidal attitude that already we're getting. Very very genocidal. It's not genocide yet, but this new anti-racism that is basically just uh, white people are born racist. Their essence is racist. Ripping down all of Western culture. It even said in the West, the World Economic Forum, I believe, said something. World Economic Forum. I want to check. They're talking about that the values that the West was founded on must be dismantled. World Economic changes in the future. Maybe that's going to be where we can find it. I seem to remember having read something along the lines of a deliberate dismantling of the values and worldview that the West was founded on, which is why it's necessary for a redefinition of terms, redefinition of words. Um, Global. See, this is another way. I'm share screening, right?
Okay, yeah, I see
Yeah.
it.
So this is another way also of see. They're going to make a global carbon tax. So the more you drive your car, the more you're penalized. But also, what they deem uh, environmentally unfriendly foods, beef, dairy, eggs, all animal food, farm, fishing and stuff like that. Oh, this is bad. This is bad for the environment. So this will be taxed at a much high. It'll have a much higher carbon tax, inflating the price already, and it'll already be inflated because of inflation, because of the economic collapse, and on top of it, the added carbon taxes. So with all of that, they don't have to convince us to not eat meat, because the ones that are not convinced just won't be able to afford a large quantity of animal food. US dominance is over. We have a handful of global powers. Um, we are eating much less meat. Rather, like our grandparents, we will treat meat as a treat rather than a staple. When the hell did our parents ever or grandparents ever treat meat as a treat?
Yeah.
It was like, do you remember like the where's the beef? Or you can't have your pudding until you ain't eaten your meat. Milk, it does the body good. Um, we value here exactly. Check this out. The values that built the West will have been tested to a breaking point. The values that created the West, a very unique, free society that has been able to work through the racism, slavery that was not unique to the West. When we're talking about Western values, primarily we're talking about Christian values, um, and Christian values which put a priority on the individual over the majority. This has to be destroyed. God created man in His image, woman and man. He created them. That statement has been redefined, as we know. The definition of gender has changed. The definition of what a man and a woman has changed. Pronouns have changed. Um, the definition of marriage has changed. The destruction and the encouraging of polyamorous, non monogamy, marriage is not, being pushed. Having children and raising a family with a large family unit looked down on as well. All of the founding fathers, all racist patriarchs, all the statues, are being ripped down. A redefinition, breastfeeding is chest. So you'll see that when they talk about it being tested to its limits, it's not being tested to its limits. It's being dismantled. That's the truth. It's not that these values in the West are breaking because they're freaking outdated. It's a dismantling, and we see ideologies being taught to children, ages of consent being changed, the God-given authority that God gives to parents to raise them. We're losing that. Things like the pill, was a major change, because then women were I just got to grab some water. Women were able to decide. We're able to decide, obviously, when they wanted to have a child, they were able to have much more sexual relationships without the fear of getting pregnant. Another huge lie, in my opinion, and this has nothing to do with a woman's ability to um, to compete on the job market compared to men. I think that there's some physical jobs that, on average, just because of strength, I think, maybe I'm a bigot for saying that. There are some jobs that maybe men, would be better at, like
Um,
maybe a soldier, police officers, firemen, that have to carry. Not that there's some women that aren't bigger and stronger than some frail framed men, but even those frail framed men probably would not go into that profession. There used to be standards, right? For the army, you had to run a certain distance at a certain time, a certain amount of feats of strength, and men themselves were unable to join if they couldn't meet certain standards.
yeah,
Um,
that's true.
and I think that the biggest feminist lie from Satan is that um, going women leaving the home and no longer raising the children to go compete on the job market is empowerment. When in reality, um, you don't think that the most freaking important thing is raising the next generation with your values, with one parent, one-on-one attention. Children do not necessarily need the first couple of years a typical stern discipline. They need affection. Men can give affection, but there are hormones that do influence female behaviors. Again, generalizing, but over the large, besides the exceptions on the fringes, women are very nurturing by nature. This is hormones, and that's important. So now they've convinced women, you know what? Go into the workforce, and economically, my wife has been sick and unable to work, and she's not getting insurance and stuff like that. And I had $12,000 in the bank, and now I'm negative 16,000. I lost 30,000. So even uh, for me, it's like I can't afford one person working. So now parents, society, just the way it's been constructed is both parents now, even just on economical terms, have to go and work to survive. One income is very hard. And now who's raising the children? The school spends way more time with your children than you do. The daycares, the preschools, parents are running around, in their job, both the parents, and to a certain extent, the schools could be trusted. The curriculums could be trusted to a certain extent. Uh, Now it's completely become activist. It's teaching false ideologies, and these false ideologies are the dismantling of Western values. Um, so I'm not ashamed, in my opinion, to say, in fact, the most important job, and in other cultures, it was always the priority. That's why the elderly of the tribe were the ones that were actually teaching because they had all the experience. Yeah, people would have children when they were most fertile, shortly after puberty. The young adults would learn the trades, the jobs that the women did. They would learn from the adults. They would learn their trades, learn their positions, and the children would be raised or educated by the elderly. Then the
Right.
elderly had the experience and the wisdom to teach, and that was the proper cycle. So it was extremely important. And now we are not raising our own children, And on top of that, we have degenerate teachers that are pushing activism onto the students. And this is an infiltration. And we can see, without going into details about the ideologies, I think everybody's aware of what I'm talking about. So the dismantling, let's see what they meant by the dismantling of. It's a quiet stream. Like
They just suspended in the States a little boy, honor roll student. They were having those weird men story time thing.
Yeah.
Anyways, he wanted to go to the library instead, and now he had to go, and he said, "No, I don't want to go. I need to go to the library." Well, he
Okay.
was suspended.
Yeah, there's another. That was Matt Walsh. He was talking about that on the Daily Wire. He goes, the title of the article was Catholic Student Suspended from Catholic School for Being Catholic. Yeah. So Catholic student suspended from Catholic school for being Catholic because he gave his opinion on gender. And he was suspended for his opinion because when this is spoken to in class, why is it even spoken to? But anyways, it's spoken to excessively in class, and you're supposed to shut up and respond in the appropriate fashion. And let's pretend that we're learning about it and having open, free discussions. It's like, no, this is how it is. He gave his opinion in a Catholic school. What do you think his opinion obviously was on gender, being a Christian, being a Catholic, being biblical? So, but it's a Catholic school. So the Catholic school doesn't support the Bible. And I say,
Well,
Catholic.
even the Pope now.
Eh?
Even the Pope now.
Yeah, you were talking about the Pope in one of the comments. What were you saying exactly?
A while ago, my girlfriend said it was the third or fourth Pope before this one.
Okay.
Was on TV or on the news, and he read the letter from Lucia,
Hmm.
with her predictions,
Okay.
and he started reading, and then he stopped. He's still reading, but to himself, and then he just folded the letter, and he says, "Oh, poor Canada and Britain."
Hmm.
But I can't find anything on it.
Probably can't find it at all anymore.
And now with this Nordstrom, Britain wasn't in the loop, Denmark wasn't in the loop, and we weren't in the loop. So I'm wondering, okay, maybe this is there's something bad happening.
My suspicion is that that thing was blown up, and it wasn't blown up by the Russians. There's no
Oh
benefit for.
no, it's on the news now. Who did it?
Well, Biden even said it. One was something about the Nord Stream. No, we won't allow it, or something like that.
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
they
your
were
cat
like,
looks
"Well,
like
what do you
mine.
mean by that?" And he was like, "Trust us." Like as if
Yeah.
trust us. It's like also the thing. What it's
Biden, Blinken, and that woman senator, and there's somebody else. They all mentioned it. Anyways, in August they did naval maneuvers
okay.
out there, and Biden went and hired divers. See, he can't use the military, so he had to go private, which he did. And they were they were sent down with explosives with a time delay because Biden says, it looks kind of strange. We're
Yeah.
doing maneuvers and it blows up. So
Yeah.
they wanted a time delay. So CIA said, no problem, we can do that. Well, the CIA can do lots of things. So then it was in September, right, that blew up after their naval maneuvers.
Yeah.
And it's on the news now. If you go anywhere on YouTube,
Okay.
Um, yeah, Canadian Prepper. That's the guy that I was speaking about earlier.
Okay.
Canadian Prepper.
The see this is what Klaus Schwab needs when he's speaking. Needs the cat so
Well,
that
he's
he
a Nazi. His
like an
father was a Nazi.
evil villain stroking the cat with his accent.
Yeah, your cat looks like mine.
Yeah.
Mine has 7 toes.
Not this one.
She's a Hemingway.
The other cat with one eye has the bigger paws there. Nice boots. This one, the surgery that they did to take the eye out is it's perfect. That cat, they must have left the lacrimal gland because it kind of leaks constantly out of the amputated eye. So
Oh,
this one's well done, though. Mhm. Yes.
yeah, all my cats were strays.
Yeah, these were two rescues. My mom had what is it called? It's a very very. It's a big cat, coon or something. Coon, coon,
Maine Coon? A
Maine.
Maine Coon?
Yeah, and that was actually just a cat that was a stray. And those are like very nice cats. I think they're very expensive.
Yeah,
Must have been a cat that got lost or whatever. But yeah, she brought the cat in.
that's mine meowing for her treats. She has me well trained.
Yeah.
Anyway, I gotta get off. I gotta
All
put
right,
my supper in the oven and
no problemo. I'll see you
nine
at the
o'clock.
crucible, the debate. I think JD has a severe disadvantage. That's all I'll say.
I
Having to
I think he'll do okay because he's very smart
yeah, he's not stupid at all. If somebody can do it, he can definitely do it. Uh,
and he doesn't lose his cool.
yeah, yeah. We had an hour conversation this morning. And that's what I told him. I said just keep it in mind. There it doesn't matter just present the facts, present your position. It's about the viewers. And I said, and we can also do reactions and response videos after. It's not about you stating something and the opponent, the vegan Jeffrey, going like, just no, not acknowledge, oh no, it's not true, or anything you say it's like twisted. Who cares? You're not trying to convince him. And winning the debate,
Plus, he has the proof to back him up.
he has the proof, but he's limited in respect to, like, when he's going to talk about the crop deaths, or the death of wild animals. We don't have the damn numbers. I could see one of the studies that there's 5 studies that JD put on his community channel when he was talking about the debate. These are 5 articles that Jeffrey has given that he will be using, and there's one of them. It's about crop deaths, saying to the point that it's not significant, and to the point in the down the road, like all the deaths from animals in plant agriculture will be preventable. So it's like an assumption and a projection into the future, just with that one. So he's going to try and downplay it. JD just has to present it. This is my opinion. Here's the facts that I have. Let the viewers decide, and that's it. I don't think he'll get triggered.
South America, they must be laughing at us, saying, "What a bunch of ding dongs." Because Brazil, they're big on their beef. Paraguay, Uruguay, you know,
I mean, everything like this, white people virtue signaling on TikTok and social media about how their race is innately uh, racist. So this critical race theory, the looking at us redefining reality. Just it's embarrassing, and they say that gender roles are just a construction in the West. Yet you'll go to Kenya, the Maasai, and they're very simple. Like a man has a penis, a woman has a vagina, men have this. If you think anything different, you have something wrong with your head. Like it's like, wow, you guys are pretty black patriarchy. Yeah, you guys are white supremacists, like with that attitude. It's like, how come they hold that? Like, oh, they must have been, you know what I mean? Like they were literally laughing in the documentary. So yeah,
Oh, yeah, that
definitely
reminds me.
pretty stupid.
I always thought that a man had one less rib.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, then on YouTube they're saying no, we have equal amount. We each have 24 ribs, male and female.
Yeah, probably. I think there was.
And now they're saying that it was the men out of all the animal kingdom, including humans. Humans don't have a penile bone. That's the rib that God used.
Say it again.
Out of all the animals in the
Yeah,
animal kingdom, including humans,
yeah.
humans don't have a penile bone.
Like a bone in their penis.
Yeah.
Other animals have bones in their peckers.
Yeah, like I didn't know that. And
Right.
I always thought a man had one less rib. So like if I'm looking at a man's chest, like I'm actually counting the ribs.
Oh, I wrote, do penises have boners? Wait, do penises have bones? Why human? 10 fascinating penis facts. Uh, uh, 8 hard.
Like I'm all over YouTube.
Funny, dude. You got me Googling the weirdest things now. Do animal penis have bones? I've never heard of that. Maybe this is wrong. Um, the gray apes, despite their size, tend to have very small penis bones, and humans are the only ones to have lost them altogether. In some mammalian species, such as badgers and raccoons, the baculum can be used to determine the relative. Okay, what animals have a penis bone? Okay, thank you. I've learned something about penises at
So
43.
that's the rib that God used. That's what this preacher is saying.
Baculum, also known as a penis bone. Without, wow, yeah, the only mammal species without baculum are humans, horses, donkeys, rabbits, the marine family that includes whales and dolphins, primates, rodents, seals. All right. So we call it a boner, and we're the only ones with no actual bone. The irony. Um,
No, I'm gonna let you go.
yeah, we left on a high note.
I'm in tears.
That's funny. I should do just an edited clip. Um, I'll call it Margaret and Jason talk about ding dongs or something. I think I got somebody. I think G Legend is going to come on soon, so that's cool. I'll have more to talk about.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna recharge, make my supper. Nice
Cool.
chatting with
Bon appetit.
you.
All right, see ya. I'm kicking you. Talk soon.
Bye.
See you at the debate. Perfect. Well, that was well timed. Margaret just came off and boom, you're on. Can you hear me, man? Say something so
Let
I
me
can.
know
Yeah,
if my
perfect. Yeah, I can hear you good.
can you hear me or is my audio?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I can
so
hear you decent.
when
Sounds.
it comes to the penis bone theory, it's based off like a bunch of like nerve cells that like strike your penis because we have no bones. So basically, like if you have like a broken penis, that means your nerve got like fractured. So basically, like if you have like a like you're like rock solid, and like if you do something to a girl and your penis gets
Yeah,
fractured, the nerves would just the ability to put enough blood from your brain and your heart into like your the unit. So basically, that's why I call it a bone because it's rock solid.
yeah. I know. Here, let me
So
pop. Go ahead, continue. Finish your thought, man.
that's why I say like it's like if they call it a bone because the blood when it comes down to a male it pulls all the blood from his brain and the body into the unit the
Hmm.
penis just like a scientific technical term.
Yeah,
So when it's like rock solid, but if it breaks or fracture anytime, it's like it's gonna lose like the connection of the blood flow. So that's what will happen when if you don't have like rock solidness.
yeah. I know. Like at the hospital, because like well, I don't work anymore in the operating room, but I did work in anesthesia. What happens sometimes here, the corpus cavernosum of the penis. Am I share screening? Yeah, you can see this okay?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So these two chambers are what fill with blood. So when the membranes here are filled with blood, if let's say I don't know, you're going really good at it, it pops out and boom, it bends. You can burst the membrane, and then that is basically a serious injury. So we've had a couple of people that needed urology to fix the busted. Just
Yep.
by coincidence, the both times. Oops, sorry about that. I kicked you off. Both times it was a man that was cheating on his wife. I guess you never break your diddle when when you're with your wife. It's always when you're cheating on her, and all of a sudden you have to explain why your pecker exploded. You know, have to come up with some creative. I got it caught in the drawer or something, maybe.
I understand that, but that's not necessarily the case. Because you also too would have like a girl's version. It's called like clamp vagina.
Okay.
So also too is like when her vagina was clamp up because it's just like it's like because she's just like I don't know if she's gonna hit her time or not, if she's pregnant or not, but it's just like when you try and put it in, it just like cramps out,
Okay.
and that's usually when people get broken.
Mm. Yeah. No. I guess there's many ways of breaking your junk. All right, we're up to five people. Hey, Maria. Um, who else is here? Are you on a phone right now, or
Not on my tablet, but I'll leave though. But I'm just saying, like, people have to
no? No, I don't
understand
want
that.
you to. I don't want you to leave. It's the volume is good for you, but it has like a little bit of a like an echo. Say it's not repeating itself, but it's a little bit harder for me to understand everything you said. So I'm not disagreeing necessarily with you. I'm like having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you. I don't know. It's a little bit harder. Like I can't just relax and listen. I kind of have to be a bit more attentive to it. Are you going to be at the debate on the Crucible tonight?
I will be there as a spectator because I already know Colin France is gonna handle his own stuff because there's nothing more than this dude who's nothing but to be like a fancy super trender. So basically, the other firms are gonna win, and also too, the dude is gonna be nothing hitting about vegan fucking punk. So
Yeah. I've never been impressed with vegan debates. I find they just revolve around circles, especially like Vegan Gains. I used to watch a little bit of their attempts. Primal Edge Health, I used to enjoy. He's more on Rumble now. He got demonetized, so he doesn't really do as much. And he did tried to do debates, and it never gets anywhere. Um, so I'll be
what
impressed if this is a little bit more interesting. Uh,
what I think government needs to do is just like bring up the whole process of the Health World Organization, because this dude will try to bring up the vegan voice and saying that veganism is the future of Earth, but he needs to like explain to them like how farmers are being ridiculed, even in food based off like actual crop agriculture, because crop agriculture, like people who are vegans, they don't eat like crop food. They eat fancy acai bowls and fancy tofu, and but they will never eat livestock feed. Not
yeah,
every day, and they want us, other humans around the earth, to eat that. It's like we already eat soy milk, and that's a tragedy to our health.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So sorry for the somehow come in with, but I don't want to hold you up.
it's okay, man. Nobody else, is trying to join the live stream, so it's no problem. Um,
Can you hear me?
hey,
Can you hear
I
me, or
get,
am I too low?
like I said, I can definitely hear you. It's just the there's no echo. The volume level is okay. It's kind of like almost like talking just through a crappy speaker. Uh, that's what it's sounding. So I can definitely understand, but I might have misunderstood certain things and said yes or something.
Oh no, I was just saying like the penile, the is like your blood flows through your body all the way
Yeah,
to the penis. Some people it's a bone. The thing is like you go rock solid because it goes straight up to your bone, and that's why it your penis like levitates up because of the nerve cells that goes up.
yeah.
hmm Because the first thing the blood flow is doing is like your brain. Like
Mhm.
when your penis is your brain doesn't have like enough blood flow to actually think rationally.
You're saying if you have an erection, there's too much blood going to your pecker that it removes blood to your brain.
hmm Yep, that's what I'm saying.
That's why guys, while the blood flows there, they're just not thinking rationally.
Yep, because you allow all the blood flow for your brain to think. Like,
I'm not sure if my member is big enough to deviate a significant amount of blood flow to lower my cognition. I'm just joking.
well, actually, there's well, there's a lot of moves this could do because, like, every man and every female should look at themselves when they're by themselves, because you do know, like, the whole ball, the groin sack.
Hmm.
If you just like long enough as like a male and you just chill out naked, you will see that it actually breathes because the oxygen just like flows in and flow out, but it's not freaking it. It's like the lungs, because the
Mm.
lungs are heart. So you see like the sac is just like whoop, it's just like whoop,
Mm.
whoop, whoop. You know what I'm talking about, right?
It's definitely an interesting theory.
Not a theory, is a fact though. But just look at it though, and just like relax, like make it, do some meditation, and just
Yeah.
relax and just look at see your ball sack just like your sack just like move it, and you realize that your ball sack has a pulse.
Well, I know. I remember there was Asian like kung fu artists and stuff like that that are able to through like conscious will through meditation. I don't know to raise their testicles, you know, up. so that during battle, if they get kicked, their jewels aren't dangling and stuff like that. Um,
Powering.
Well, hold on, I just figured out. Can you hear me better now?
a lot better now. Yeah. Maybe you want to
Okay, I
repeat.
just realized I'm on a speakerphone.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. That's why I was like, "Are you on?" It sounded like you're on a speaker. Okay, so quickly, um, explain what you were saying, just to make sure, because I really was struggling to understand you.
Okay. So
So,
like basically in order to get erection, like you wake up in the morning, is because your brain is the function of your unit as a
mhm,
male, like your penis. So
okay,
basically, you will have to have like good blood flow because your brain is the operation of what blood flow happens. Because if
okay,
anyone had a stroke, they always have a problem in this sector of the brain. If anyone have like a dizzy something, is like your brain trying to cut off your function to do it. But the thing is, like if you like you deep sleep in a dream and you like thinking about a girl, like hardcore,
yeah,
you wake up with an erection and you get mad because somebody banged your girl in your dream, but you wake up
hmm,
with an erection because
hmm,
it's a blood flow distribution. Because your brain is a troll, and it as a male, it tries to like liquidate your blood flow into your penis. And it's like, nah, I mean, there could be more of us. You know?
yeah. Well, definitely makes sense that if you have a stroke in a certain area, that yeah, there has to be a center. I'm sure that impotence can occur definitely do it due to a stroke. Um, you could definitely look at veganism that lowers a man's testosterone level and sex drive. They don't feel like having sex as much anymore. Possibly erectile issues. Men that have vascular disease. One of the first signs that you have vessel disease is erectile dysfunction in men. That's usually a marker that your vessels have been affected, not only in your penis, likely if you're I mean, there's various reasons to have erectile dysfunction, but one of the big things that you should be worried about is like, oh crap, my vessels, I might have like heart issues if I um, have impotency.
If you consume too much lab-made food, if you consume too much high processed sugar, and also
Yeah,
too, if you just spend so much time just like in heavy and stress, and also
yeah,
too obesity.
yeah,
Other than that, yeah, you should be able to have like a girl to play a skin flute like till the age of you like good in age of like maybe 60, maybe 80.
yeah. What were you saying when I couldn't hear you about the female parts? You were also talking about the female part.
Oh, oh yeah, I think that the female part is like when they go through aggressive like pounding. I don't know how to say that word, but it's just what it is. Their walls close up because of the difference between a male's uh prostate and a female's prostate, because females have the skin glands and males have the prostate that's just like a singular ball. The female's prostate are basically built around their whole essence. So that's why when gay people lie, sorry, no, the rainbow people lie and say like, oh yeah, your G spot is in your boom boom, your buttocks hole. It's like it's not true because we have a literal ball as our prostate, and is used to activate our body and our sensation. Our G spot is the tip of our penis head. I try to be like
Yeah,
scientific as much as I can, yeah. So, but however, the females they have skin glands all over the body. That's why when you touch a female and you touch her like clitoris,
hmm,
she could be activated and it'll ricochet around her skin gland. But the thing is, most females, sorry, not most females, a lot of females who never say that I cannot get off or whatever
yeah,
is because they never get touched right, and because men are just like don't know how to like bring it to them.
yeah. No,
Mhm.
I mean, there's definitely performance that way. Also, I think that women also need emotionally to be put in a certain situation. Well, I think that that also applies to men. Like I thought, like obviously during the process of development in the womb, I would assume, like the two testicles in women become the two ovaries, the prostate in men. In women would develop, that prostate aspect would develop into the womb. um,
But the
the
thing is, I believe the problem is though I'm not gonna call a adult male a woman. However, though, women has to understand that they have different variables of hormones than us. So the thing is, a lot of women just like are maybe somewhat terrified of men. However, though, that they just like trapped in their brain to not get like a actual like happy ending in their life. So maybe they just might be terrified and too like remissive to actually like enjoy that. But the thing is, maybe she been around people who just like do her dirty and cannot like finish.
Mhm,
They'll finish, but she cannot finish.
mhm,
But there's a reason why men need to spend more attention to women because you already know men will tell you men you know when a man finished. But the
mhm,
problem is that based on how the differences between the woman's skin gland, her
mhm.
ovaries,
Yeah,
and also to a man's reproductive system, we have our so basically we have ours as an Audi, and it's just like nothing more than like a flute with a big tip, right? But
yeah,
there is more maternal and females that just need to be more so into like emotional.
yeah.
So I think a lot of females who literally say they cannot what you
Climax,
might call it
orgasm,
coitus
climax. Yeah.
coitus is because they're too emotionally evolved.
Mm. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's definitely a psychological aspect to it.
It is 100% psychological because men was like whatever. Even
Yeah,
the
because
most best
men
men
are
on earth though.
very different. Men are extremely um, visual, and can, be aroused strictly by physical characteristics. I'm sure women are also aroused by physical characteristics. Obviously, there has to be an attraction, but I think women sometimes, you know need an emotional connection that's usually doesn't happen with one night's stand. So for certain women, yeah, it's they probably would not be able to complete the act. But then there's sexually liberated women that have extremely high sex drives and stuff like that. So it's uh it's hard to say. um
Yeah, I think everyone should like be careful because like the only reason why we run is because of a male or female. So I'm not persuaded about like anything that goes against it, like sodomy, like whatever. I don't care if you sodomize yourself. That's what it is. But we were here, so I just wanted to like drag it back because I forgot I was telling you about this like the whole debate when it
yeah,
comes to like Garland
yeah.
Farms and their dude. This dude is gonna hit Garland Farms with the most stereotypical vegan debates. However,
Oh,
though, he take advantage of a young child. Well, not a young child. He's a young adult,
yeah.
carnivore something.
Carnivore camaraderie.
Yeah, carnivore already. He,
Yeah.
he is cool, but the problem is he follow. His problem is that he follows Paul Saladino.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I
basically,
go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off. Continue. Finish the
leading
pulse.
to me. Oh no, I have no beef with Paul Saladino, but he's nothing more than a trender because when people was talking about eating fruit and meat, fruit and meat, I've been doing that when Paul Saladino got roasted on the TV show with the doctors talking about only eating meat. So
Yeah.
basically, I guarantee you, Paul Saladino will change his diet and promote something else though. because he wants to be like a he
Yeah.
needs attention for some odd reason.
Yeah, because like I know when I was doing keto, and then like the next year it kind of turned into trending a bit more carnivore. A lot of the keto and carnivore community were like, closely meshed. And yeah, so I remember seeing Ken Berry, Sean Baker, and like you said, Paul Saladino, and um, yeah, like I remember seeing all those guys, and then I liked Paul Saladino. Then I lost track of what was happening, and I don't know. Like JD, I think was following a little bit more possibility that these people were paid off. Like Sean Baker really is like, oh no, like grain fed is exactly the same. Um, he doesn't push organ meats. I would be concerned just eating muscle meat long term. Um, I would be like really not nervous if I was eating like liver every a couple of times a week or even once a week, organ meats. I think that our ancestors, if because they ate everything, I mean, right down to grinding the bone, and sprinkling it like salt and pepper. They did not waste a damn thing. And then they took the outer skin, right, and skulls and everything. They wore the skin like there was no waste. Um, I I
Yeah.
don't I don't think it's like, what are you trying to prove if you're like, oh, I am only going to survive on animal food, only on steak. It's like, okay, so what's wrong if you add a little bit of broccoli or some berries once in a while that has vitamin C? Like, what's the thrill in getting away with no plants? If you're doing it for an exclusion diet, you have an autoimmune disease, you have some kind of ailment, you're like, "Right, maybe something I'm eating setting it off, I'm going on a restrictive, exclusion, just meat, salt and water." It's like, go ahead, like, I mean, if medicine has no solution, you might be on something. That's what Michaela Peterson did. But
Oh,
besides that,
yeah.
I push highly animal based food with vegetables or plants if you desire. I don't think that it needs to be every day. I don't think that you're necessarily getting a large amount of things that are not present in a wide variety of animal foods, especially if you're eating organ meats. I don't eat organ meats. I go on, like, I have videos of carnivore, but I can't say that I've ever been consistently carnivore for months on end. But what I'll do is I'll eat carnivore for a month straight. I'll eat leaner carnivore, so it's like low carb,
No, no. So
normal.
you're talking about hypercarnivore versus like full on carnivore.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary unless you have an autoimmune, like unless you have some disease that is drastically improved when you're eating, just meat or whatever. But I think that there's no problem just being safe and getting vitamin C with
Mhm.
plants, stuff like that. Um,
Well, the greatest source of vitamin C though is from citrus.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I wonder what the vitamin C source in organ meats would be. Like, would it be
Think-
surprisingly high? Um, I'd be curious. It's not something really
Oh,
that it's hard to find. Like, it's not like something that mainstream boxes, on the side. Uh, they
wait, hold
don't
on, hold on. Wait,
test
hold
it.
on. What would you think? What would you think mainstream and anyone care about you being healthy? Like big pharma exists, and they don't want like I'll get shot, and I'll get shot for even talking this. So
Yeah.
basically, like you have to talk about meter. What is it called? Carb meter, and you
What?
could actually find like the carb management, uh, carb manager. There we go. Carb
Oh,
manager.
it's an app.
Is a site, but it's also to an app. I prefer the actual like website, but there's an app, so you could
Yeah,
like count the carb. Hmm.
yeah.
Because of
Like,
my diet is bit.
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, my diet, because I have addiction to carbs. So basically, I'm trying to like reduce the carbs because I
Yeah,
just like I'm like 36 years old. So I
yeah,
just have addiction. Like when I want to eat meat or want to eat something, I need something to like.
yeah.
I don't know if it's like muscle memory, so something I can wrap it in. But I've been doing like nori sheets for like the food, and I've been making like tuna and like
Sure.
tuna sour cream, and also
Yeah.
too with just like sliced cucumbers and tomato and like actual real cheddar cheese,
Mhm.
and it tastes good
Yeah.
rather than not having like an actual bread because bread
Well,
will kill me. Bread is killing me. Like grains is killing me. Processed
that's the problem.
grains.
Like, I definitely have gastrointestinal issues with certain grains that I didn't realize. Uh, used to, even like when I used to drink and stuff, like the mash and stuff, barley, all different kinds of grains. I used to fart up a
Hmm.
storm. I rarely fart now, but if I get going on the grains again, it's like, oh, okay, it's like gas. So I could just imagine, um, vegans and stuff like that. The amount of gas. That can happen. I it's like I I personally have to be careful, just like you, with carbohydrates. Um, I binge on them. Delicious. I can't moderate. If I even just have like, if I pop myself out of ketosis, my appetite comes back. It's very dangerous for me to start just going on the next day again, the next day. So I, even down to fruits. So when I was doing keto, I would often, you know, every few weeks buy like these huge bags of frozen berries, and I would go through like, what are they like? It's like probably 2 pounds or 3 pounds of frozen berries. I'll eat that in 2 days. I'll have a big trough, put those berries semi-frozen, just microwave them and put like cream, which is really junk
Hmm.
food because now I'm eating tons of sugar and fructose on top of it, and I'm adding fat to it. Um, so even fruits I can't moderate, and my appetite comes back if I'm out of ketosis. The next day I got to eat 3 meals. So for me, like you said, maybe some people aren't carb addicted. Me, it's dangerous. It's not sustainable. For me, I cannot control my weight. It's just a matter of time before weight comes on. I go back to ketosis. I lose like 10 to 13 pounds immediately the first month. I can lose about 25 pounds
My
and get
actual
right back. Within like 2 3 months, I'm back on track, and then I can go off track again, which is fine because I don't get depressed if I pack on some pounds when I know that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm not confused about it.
mm,
So it's like, oh, okay,
because
well,
because
yeah,
we, yeah, because we live in a heavy carb world, and also too they like the world that we live in, this heavy carbs. They also too are like anti like saturated fat. So that's like a well, I live in the Western world in America, so
yeah,
basically it's like nothing more than obesity and dietary problems. So I agree with you, because the thing is like I prefer to just eat like straight up raw meat and like
yes,
low sugar fruit, just like tomatoes,
yeah.
um
Yeah,
uh
I eat
peppers.
tomatoes here in Derica. Sometimes I'll eat like, at the cafeteria. They have like, real bacon, eggs, sausage. So I'll have like, 4 eggs, bacon, sausage, some cheese, and I always have like sliced tomatoes. Um, and they always look at me very confused, like, "You want bread?" I'm like, "No, you don't want bread? No.
Well,
Do you want
the
potatoes?"
thing is, bread is like you want me to die. He's like you want to like
Yeah, yeah.
put me in the surgery room.
They look at that and they're like, "Oh my gosh." But meanwhile, I could go in there for breakfast. I could have a big old scone, coffee with sugar in it or a juice and breakfast bagel. And it's like, no problem. Everyone's like, and it's like, wow, 4 eggs, bacon, sausage. That's all? Oh my God, you're eating that? And it's like, meanwhile, it's like, yeah, you notice, like, I'm actually not that fat. I mean, I call myself fat now, like I went up to 195. I'm almost 6 foot. Like that's me fat. But I definitely, I'm sure you heard me say this before. I'm super sedentary since having my spine surgery. Probably, I mean, COVID happened, and I had that surgery well before COVID, so it must be four, maybe 5 years. Oh my gosh, half a decade of me be completely stopping all sports, no weight training, no more running 5K. So I lost a lot of muscle mass. Um, I am out of shape. Um, but because of that, I really don't require a lot of carbs. Like there's no point for me to have, to be running on glucose. Once a week, sure, I can fill up, have a carb meal. What? Just to say that I filled up my glycogen stores and I switched to glycolysis a little bit, but then I put myself at risk of binging on those carbs and having, setting myself off track. Like JD was bringing up concerns about prolonged ketosis, possible effects. Maybe there's some theoretical concerns. Um, he makes good points. I don't see the benefit of somebody obsessing like I must be in ketosis. I've been in ketosis for 5 years straight. It's like once you lost the weight, uh, eat low carb. And I even tell people that really like ketogenic, they just think like, no, I don't want to live on bacon or something. So I always tell them, well, then low carb, like limit your carbs to 100 grams. You could tolerate 100 grams, most people, but I always push the ketogenic diet or highly animal based ketogenic diet for the weight loss, because it's like it's simple, like don't eat this, eat that. People are fat, they're metabolically sick, they're probably insulin resistant, they're confused about diet, they don't understand macronutrients. Some of them will never understand it. Doesn't mean everyone's that smart, so it's like, look, just eat this, don't eat that. Boom, lose the weight. Then after that, I always tell people you want to, like, what, you can't just lose the weight as fast as freaking possible. Get it, do the ketosis thing. Your appetite becomes, like under control. It's known scientific publications about the appetite suppressant effect, hormonally, why it occurs. You're also not hungry because you have access to your fat, so you're getting a constant supply. Just go through the damn fat stores, uh, apply intermittent fasting, which you will naturally apply. If you're avoiding the carbs, your appetite goes down. You're in ketosis. You're burning through fat. You're eating a lot less, so you're naturally also carb restricting. The fasting, eating for the day instead of not throughout the day, helps maintain your metabolism so you don't plateau out after a year. And then it's like, yeah, okay, it's been a year, you lost all your weight, great. You know what? If you want, then add 10 grams. Take your time, see how your body composition reacts to the 10 grams, add another 10, add another 10. And then you had 1 year of explaining to them the biochemistry behind it. So you're not teaching that, you're teaching them how to fish. You're not feeding them a fish where they're dependent on asking you questions like your guru. It's like, just do this, and now I'll teach you slowly. There's this thing, it's called glycogen. That's where you can store sugar. If you spill over, it'll be fat. And it's like, just people can understand that. And somebody who's extremely lean, either they have to up the fat, or my son is like, uh, I mean, even before, there's something called modified keto for athletes, which is like you still maintain ketosis, except you do a glycogen replenishing meal post training, but then everything else is again, ketogenic. So that is what my son's doing. So he's eating more carbs, trying to put on weight, and people need to understand. Hey, if you're more active and you just exerted yourself, you can probably replenish. You could eat 100 grams, maybe even 150 grams, and it's not going to be an issue. But besides that, they have to understand that if they've been sedentary all week, they should understand that, hey, maybe you shouldn't be eating just carbs just for the sake of eating carbs, because you're probably replenished it with your first and second carb meal, and you've been sitting on your butt this week. No need to, you know what I mean? It's just, let's understand what the food's for, what it does, how it reacts in the body, and it's not a complicated process. It's not brain surgery. It's literally understanding, what insulin is, what glycogen is, what fat, protein, and carbs are, and then besides that, so that's my thoughts on it, I guess. All right. You still there, buddy? G Legend. Did I talk you to sleep? Guys, I think I talked so much that G Legend just fell asleep. Craig, just press the link and come on. I have some questions to ask you. Don't be shy. Let's read some of the. We were about here. Yeah. G Legends talking and saying the devil loves to hide in plain sight. The worst is people think the devil is their friend when he offers you destination and humanity, then lie about your status when you hit the end of your life. I've seen some stuff in the past where Asian men are paying European women to marry them in citizenship in European countries. Yep, heard of that too. The devil is definitely part of the Chinese Communist Party. Any communism, any authoritarian dictatorship is satanic. There is a dictatorship, an authoritarian dictatorship, a monarchy, I guess, and that is the millennial kingdom. That is when Christ rules. He will be a dictator. What he says goes, but he is pure, innocent. Therefore, he won't corrupt that authority. Everything else, when man tries to play God. Oh, G Legend. I was about to click you back on the stream. If you want to come on, just click the link. I'll let you on. All you have to do is ask him if he is a vegan. Why is he a feminist, pro-choice? In 2017, 300,000 women in America got killed in the womb. Confirmed female humans in the womb, not even talking about males in the womb. Also, eye recognition, the seven-headed serpent, in Revelation. When we get the seven-headed serpent as one rule planet, we lose all rights as humans to the devil's new fallen children for a time. Yes. That's why, I'd like to be optimistic and say, no, people are going to wake up. We're going to rise up. If that does happen, the rising will be violent, and it will be met with violence from a much stronger government with a lot more weapons and a lot more gadgets and a lot more ability to shut off our funds. That doesn't mean, guys, that I'm saying, I'm a Christian and the Bible says that, we're going to get screwed and it's only when Jesus comes, which I do believe, unfortunately. I'm not saying not to be active, not to speak out against evils in society in a peaceful way, civil disobedience, things like that. But I think that people will rise up, people will rebel against the system, but the system is waiting for that, and they will just kill you and lock you up at best. I mean, it's prophesied that there will be times of trouble and great distress. There'll be environmental catastrophes. There'll be civil unrest. There will be wars. There will be pestilence. People heart will grow cold. Populations will get genocide. Like, this is biblical, and the one world religion, the world ruler that will be endowed with the spirit of the Satan himself, the Antichrist, not the foreshadowing of Antichrist, will not come onto the world stage until the structure is set up of a one world, one new world order, right? A global citizenship, where obviously, like the nations are kind of like provinces, still, yeah. Anyways, when they have control of all our food supply, when it's a one world food supply, one world economy, digitalized and traced and tracked and controlled, one world religion or spiritual, probably revolving around probably like climate, like some kind of new climate, Gaia worshiping religion of care and compassion, of more Eastern-ish, possibly. Then once that's set up and he has the ability to control all nations, much easier. Ain't going to be an Antichrist, in my opinion, that's going to be from one country and then trying to like go to war and take over the world. No. One world, the World Economic Forum, definitely foundational stones to the one world government, to the appearing of Antichrist. But don't forget, the mark of the beast can't happen until there is the beast that's coming on stage. Though we see again foreshadowings, birth pains. We look at the injection, not the mark of the beast, but very similar signs, kind of like, oh, well, then you can't do this in society if you can't do that. There's the Vede and the Envede. There's segregation. They're demonized. The Envede are stupid, probably Christians, Republican conservatives, climate deniers, science deniers. This dehumanizing of it, and to the point where you could, I even saw on the American news channel, somebody's talking about like they shouldn't even be allowed in grocery stores. Heard comments like, well, you know what, they shouldn't be allowed to be admitted in the hospital if they didn't get the V. Yeah, some really crazy stuff. So not the mark of the beast, but when the mark of the beast comes and they say you can't take part in society if you don't take this mark. Well, people, that is exactly what I experienced, as well as pretty much everybody else that wasn't self-employed or unemployed had to decide when their establishment said, well, of course we're not forcing you. You just can't come into work. So you're not going to get paid. Hey, maybe we'll even fire you, depending if you're unionized or not. What else does G Legend have to say? One world government simply means we can't have culture or individuality. We will be nothing more than numbers. completely agree with you, man. One world government, the entire modern planet. Craig, it says device not connected. Come on, we got to get you on here. Don't give up. They will need to connect their mic/cam before you can add them to stream. All right. So, did you hear what I just said? Edit name. Craig, so it says that you will need to connect the mic and the cam before you add them to the stream. So whatever, are you on a tablet or something? You have to make sure that your mic and camera is activated, I guess. G-Legend makes another very good point. The entire planet has always been plant-based. Yep. Definitely agree. All of the middle section is plant-based. All of your crackers, all the wraps, sauces, the junk food, the candy, the juices, the colas, pretty much everything is plant-based. It's cane sugar, white sugar. Where does sugar come from? Sugar that ain't coming from the animals. Middle section, all plant-based. Soy oil in there, seed oils, wheat, corn, soy. That's it. So if you're eating your fruits and your vegetables and you're drinking your juice, and after you're eating your bread and you're eating other things in the middle section, it's all plants, all plant-based. So this idea that, oh, well, we're going to go plant-based, going to save the planet. We're already plant-based. Let's remove the 20, 30% of animal food that we have. So we're completely plant-based, because if we remove the animal food, all of a sudden, all of our health markers will improve. We don't need fat. Doesn't matter. I guess having fat is a myth. It's not essential, guys. As Jeffrey mentioned, all fat causes diabetes, even though we have the unfortunate reality that we have to consume this fat-causing diabetes because that's where the fat-soluble vitamins are. Green Ghost, dude, get online. We were talking a bit about feminism. We were talking a little bit about junk, about our stuff, our secret, private, squishy parts. Finished off with that talk with Margaret. Ended with a laugh, and then it continued into some feminism and weird stuff. And we are back to whatever you want to talk about. Just come online. What does this say about how women are to serve the Lord? What does it say about how women are to serve the Lord? Women and men serve the Lord in the same fashion. When it talks about men being the head of the woman, we also have to realize that how is Christ the head of us? Christ died for us. He protects us. So a man who, at the time that the Bible was written, was physically stronger. Don't forget that women had they didn't have the pill. People, had sex and that usually created babies. They were limited. They didn't have sanitary napkins, so they were limited by their biological functions. Clean, unclean. All of these rules. So a man is supposed to go out, supply for the family, is supposed to protect the family, and is supposed to um, lead and be the head of the home in that fashion. Um, Men are naturally more aggressive. Men also, not that they're intellectually superior, not that men are smarter. Men seem to be also more cerebral in general, and women seem to be more connected emotionally in general. Um, so the hormones will create the behavior, and it is a beautiful thing for a man to be humble, and it is a beautiful thing for a woman to be gentle, uh, modest, uh, holding faith in God. In the end, during the resurrection, man, woman, ain't we're all the same. We are all transformed into the glorious image of Christ, the eternal Son. We all equally worship God the Father along with our Savior. It says that when we're in that metaphysical state, that there will be no marrying or giving in marriage. There obviously sin will be removed, and the lust of the flesh will be removed, and so there's no in the end distinction. I found that it sounded a bit sexist, some of what the New Testament says about women. I thought that it was like, oh, men are supposed to be have dominion over women. Like I said, the Bible to me is flawed men being inspired to write spiritual truths that God wished man to know. The Old Testament is rough around the edges. There's flawed human beings. The so-called main characters do some shady stuff. They're far from perfect. Um, the the men that were inspired to write were in a society that was male dominated. Um, women, like I said, were limited. Menstruation, childbearing. They needed to reside very close to the home to raise the children. Men were going out. They were stronger physically. They were physically stronger because they created culture and society because they were the ones that were going out. Now we see again, women are quite capable intellectually, and talent wise to compete on the job market. Like I had said to Margaret, I think that there are certain jobs that should have strength requirements. A woman can meet those strength requirements, no problem. Talk about soldiers, police officers, heavy labor. Uh, uh, there's some men that used to not be able to enter the police force because they couldn't accomplish the physical test and requirements. So I don't think that we should eliminate or make the requirements easier so that women could be enter the job force for certain things. I was talking to Margaret and giving the opinion that, call me sexist if you want, but I think the most important job is the the first years of a child's development, or the whole development right up to young adulthood. It is extremely important to have the mother there, one on one, with the child as they're developing. I think it's the most important job. I think it's the most um, important and difficult. The idea that women are unempowered by staying home and raising kids. I think that women hormonally and hormones have an influence on your beliefs, your perspective, your behaviors. Um, we know that they're endogenous drugs basically that a body creates. Like testosterone has a behavioral effect if you start injecting tons of testosterone, estrogen as well. And I think that God created various hormones that influences behaviors in the binaries, male and female. And I think that women are hormonally geared to have the tools to be the primary caregiver of children, uh, where it's important the emotional development. Uh, and I think that the sterner traditional father figure and that archetype is an essential complementary aspect where the father throws the child into the dangerous aspect so that the child doesn't the sex has become mothered. So you need the harsh, stern, uh, you know, aspect of the father, the discipline, the disciplinary, um, and you need the mother. We both complement each other, and I think that there's some fathers that probably do great jobs doing the traditional home parenting role. Is it optimal for the majority? Probably not. And I may be way off base there. So Green goes, what does it say about how women are to serve the Lord? Um, look, Paul gives his opinion about marriage. He says it's better not to marry and to serve the Lord. He's saying this, and he says it's not. He's speaking his own opinion. It says he's an older person, um, and yeah, he gives his opinion. Obviously, Paul wrote these letters. He is a human. Um, it's divinely inspired by the claims that what he is saying about who Jesus is, the spiritual truths are true. They are inspired. I think that he gives his opinion sometimes as well. And his opinion seems to be influenced, obviously, by the time and culture where it was very patriarchal. It was a man dominated world. So, yeah, Uh, I don't know if that's a good answer, Green. Maybe if you come up and we can discuss that. Um, uh, Too lazy to actually look at passages. It would probably be better for me to quote direct passages about what it says about specifically women, and specifically men. Um, Yeah, I think that the New Testament was divinely inspired. So I believe that these writers, Paul in his letters, you can tell that these are just letters that he's writing to various groups. You know, Corinthians, Corinth, Ephesus, Ephesians. He's sending letters. He's getting word of mouth feedback. He's speaking under the Holy Spirit about who Christ is, about the Holy Spirit, about these things are inspired. This is what's important. This is what needed to be uh, written down and collected so that many generations did not lose the historical event of Christ coming, being born, being crucified, being resurrected, and then ascending, and what all of that means. That's what I see as inspired. I might be wrong. Maybe people think every single thing has to be some, written directly by God, but I don't think that's what the claim is. It's inspired by the Holy Spirit, and everybody is slightly flawed, and the culture of the times, the Paul is gazing through that culture, claiming truths. And what's he basically saying? Women shouldn't be loudmouths, and should be humble and modest and meek, and uh, bear children, um, and play an extremely important role in the family, creating the next generation. While, because of the limitations, like I said, tampons didn't exist. They had sex. They probably were getting pregnant and having a baby. So they were limited to the household. Men were out there creating, inventing. So they had a dominant role. Now women entered the workforce. There was sexism, right? Men were sexist when women started, and within a couple of decades, that was gone. I work. I think there's tons of female lawyers. There's female judges. There's, I think, now more female doctors than male doctors. Um, AOC in the States is a woman. She's in politics. You got that old fart Speaker of the House lady in the state. There's women in politics. Um, I don't see the sexism anymore. I don't see the racism. I see African American. I see Asian. Asian people do extremely well. I see, in fact, racism in the universities on Asians, because they do so well that now they're like, well, their grades are too high, so they're taking all the spots. So now some Asians with extremely high grades are just no, like we have to take other races. I think that we should all have equality of opportunity. I think equality of opportunity is a necessity. If we don't have equality of opportunities, we have sexism, things like that, or racism. Um, Removing opportunity, you're limiting the talent that can be expressed. When talent is expressed within the population, within the workforce, um, all of humanity benefits from talented people. So you definitely do not want to limit people expressing their talent, whether whatever race or especially whatever gender. But equality of outcome is trying to make quotas, trying to say like there has to be 50% men, 50% women. There needs to be LGBTQ, also, equal quantity of alternate lifestyles. We need some indigenous. We At this point, um, you are no longer looking at the talent. You are trying to make things equitable, fair. So you're allowing people that possibly don't have the best, um, they're not the best person for the job, but you're like, oh, we got to make it fair. So we're going to, we got to hire this person because we don't have this race. Um, so no, and that needs to be legislated. So you end up having to have, um, structure, top down, overreaching decisions on who gets hired, no longer based on talent. So watch out with words about equity, because equity is usually a top down enforcement of diversity over talent. So the priority is no longer talent, it's being diverse. Even if the people to accomplish this equity, this equality of outcome, even if they're not the most talented, all of us pay. We see that in the Biden administration. So proud of the Karine Jean-Pierre, who is not very good at her job and seemed to have been pushed that, oh, look, she's lesbian, she's African American, she's immigrant. Look how diverse it is. Look, virtue signaling. It's like if she was chosen just so that the Biden administration could say, look at how many of this group and that group. We're so inclusive. We are compassionate and loving. Okay, you hired a bunch of people to virtue signal, and you missed out on probably a lot of extremely talented people. Finally, man.
Dude.
Yes, it worked. Sorry, I was on the main screen. I couldn't see you.
I don't know how I did it. I got it finally, though.
Frig, I'm so glad that you're on here. All right.
Did you see any of my comments?
Let's check it quickly.
Tried to make you laugh.
All right. Let me see when you started. 15 minutes. All right. Join the gang, Jason. Busy people get fat. I feel sorry for those who let body image control their self-esteem. Klaus. It's not what is an important. It's not what as important as character. Cheers, and stop looking globally for how you think you should look. Craig, the device is not connected. Jeez. Yeah, it's not about body shaming. It's like my mom. When I was telling her to lose weight, she was getting high blood sugars. Not needing insulin or anything, but she was taking those pre-diabetic meds to lower it, just without insulin. And I told her, I'm like, yeah, I don't want you getting sick because of insulin resistance and stuff like that, and getting all of these issues. Yeah, like weight loss is secondary. It's not about aesthetics. It's really about, like, I want you to be healthy. I don't want you to get Alzheimer's. But more importantly, let's switch to the World Economic Forum agenda. We've had offline some great conversations, so maybe we can pretend we're on the phone, strike up a conversation and some thoughts that you might have on the World Economic Forum, what their agenda is. Also, if you ever want to present your screen, like screen share, on the bottom of your screen, you probably see mute, stop camera, settings, present, and stuff like that. If you press
Not all of them, no. Wait.
You have like the one that has an X that says present on the bottom. You just kicked yourself out. Just reapply the link. Anyways, on the bottom it says present. If ever you have a screen that you want to pop up, you can press present. Then after click and what you're seeing, I'll see. If ever you want to show something that you might have on the computer. There you go. You booted yourself. Good.
I'm not sure what I did, but I wanted to say hi.
Hey, what's that?
I just wanted to say hello to you guys. Yeah, it's a crazy world we're living in right now, eh?
No, yeah, definitely crazy. Let me just answer Green Ghost's last comment. He said, you articulated a lot of duties for men. Do women have any duties? Well, definitely throughout different cultures, women have different duties. Like I said, women can compete in the workforce intellectually just as much. Some women are extremely strong and can do heavy labor, sure. But they, in general, I believe that the most important purpose in life is to have a family, to have children, to produce a strong offspring to do your part for the next generation. I think that women have an important role in especially the early development of children, baby, first years, breastfeeding. In fact, the man plays a assistant role, helping out the mother. I think that men and women were partners, and that men and women worked together in the homes, and developed healthy relationships. And I think that women are quite capable of. I'm a respiratory therapist. Women can be just as good as men in that. Physicians, everything. Like I said, maybe a soldier, hand to hand combat, firemen. Hey, if you can carry, a 250-pound guy down a ladder, sure. But in general, what I'm saying, Gringos, is that we have been through the feminist movement. We have been basically told that women staying at home raising children is demeaning to women. It is not empowering, and I think that that's ridiculous. I think that it is the most important job, is raising families. What else? What do you think specifically about? What do you think? The duties of men and women are they different traditionally now, before we get on to the World Economic Forum? I guess I'm probably sounding maybe sexist.
No.
I think that there's differences between men and women. I think that that's a good thing. I think that we complement each other, and we have the aggressive, physical, brute strength of men. We have the emotional, nurturing. Men. We all have the spectrum of qualities, but women seem to, hold certain good qualities, good human qualities more, accentuating certain aspects, and men too. And when man
Virtuous.
comes together, the woman helps the man open up emotionally, will help the man integrate the feminine, and the same thing with a man. I think that that the hormones are different for a reason, and that means that we're geared to do different jobs. Before, I guess, modern times, it's like there was a lot of stuff to do. If men were out hunting and they brought home the catch, there's a lot of stuff, important stuff. They're running basically while the men are out on long treks. The women are running the town. They're running the tribe. They're dealing with the children. They also have to be able somewhat to be able to defend themselves. They were able to fight and defend, I'm sure. They had to make clothing. They had to upkeep stuff. Plenty of important jobs. Now it's like, oh well, we buy a prefab, we buy a house, we just go to the groceries. Like, things are simple now, but back then, making clothes, weaving, baskets, creating, utensils and tools, and women needed to do a hell of a lot of the basic functions, right? It's just what do you think, Craig? I mean, now I guess it's now
I
in
was
this.
going to say one thing. I was told that women are virtuous. They're supposed to bring out the good in man, because man is full of anger. That's our job, to protect. But at the same time, we can't be extreme in that sense. they always say behind every great man, there's a strong woman.
Yep, I agree.
We're meant to complement each other, like you said. We're not the same.
No, I mean,
Purposefully, we're not the same. 1 and 1 don't make 2. 1 and 1 make 1.
Yeah,
and it's just my opinion.
and
I believe
that
a child should have a mother and a father, and when they don't, they are missing out on things.
Yeah.
And as you were saying, in particular, they're missing out on their early childhood development. We spoke very, very quickly about it, but you nailed it. It's all about forming relationships with people and trust.
Yeah.
And this is what you learn from your family. And I will stand behind my statement 100%. I believe the most well-adjusted humans had a mother and a father that were, quote unquote, appropriate in doing what they were supposed to do. Like, what's the job of a parent? In my opinion, it's to prepare their children to be the most, not just successful, because it's a subjective term, but they're preparing their kids to the best of their abilities to deal with the world that they're going to be living in. That's the job of a parent.
Yeah, and look at you know, when I met Michelle and stuff like that, you're saying virtuous, you know, a good virtuous woman, which they talk about in the Bible. You know, they talk about.
That's where I'm getting it from.
A woman is adorned with, you know, symbolically like jewels, true jewelry.
They're more than men, yes, because they give birth.
Yeah, and women, the majority are they're more mature, faster. I think they have no choice. I think that you know, a
mature
woman
in what sense? Physically, emotionally, mentally?
Mature, like I find that boys turn into complete idiots during puberty. They become like you said, aggressive, impulsive. They tend to do worse.
They want to explore the world.
No, obviously it's even worse. But I think that women, and I don't know if that's actually fact, like from study, women mature quicker, responsibility wise, and boys take time. Like, I mean, I was a man child for a freaking long time, and Michelle is not articulate.
Mm-hmm.
I might be able to articulate better, but she walks the walk when it comes to virtue. I used to always watch her. I'd be like talking about religion and virtue and all this stuff, but I wasn't even doing what I was talking about. And she doesn't talk about it. Like
well,
you said,
that's what I think is a shame, because you touched on it. You were saying, you know, how old views are sexist, discriminatory, demeaning towards women, and I completely confused with that. It's because it's people who are trying to manipulate a situation.
yeah,
And it's the oldest form of warfare, you know, divide and conquer. And I've been saying this to myself for a long time. You just see the attitudes of women changing. They're not virtuous anymore. Most of the violent crime these past 10, 15 years are done by women. And young teenage girls.
Virtuous. They're not virtuous
because they don't want to be anymore.
Completely immature children, you know. You got this. Let's say this man, right? And all he's doing, he's 30 years old. He's married. He has children. He's still gaming.
Yep.
You know, and here you have this woman, and he'll turn around, let's say, and say, you know what? A woman's supposed to be subordinate to a man. It's like, no. See,
why would anybody want someone to be subordinate to them? How do they add to your life if they don't have an opinion on anything? They don't bring anything to you. So that's why I disagree with that. But I understand what you're getting at. A lot of people look at it that way.
Are being horrible examples of head of the house, and in fact, many women actually have to step up and play that part. And then after, we're going to try and go back to this is how, these are the duties of the men. These are well, it's like
Oh.
sorry, dude, you are a horrible example of a man, and you have no right after to turn around and say, well, men should do this and what. It's like, you're a horrible example,
Yeah, everyone can have their opinion, but I mean, yeah, if you're trying to use yourself as an example, no, you got to walk the walk. But
Yeah.
no, I've noticed this for a long time. I have a degree in communications with minor in marketing and advertising, and it's just crazy. What happened was people who want to manipulate things, they quickly realized, okay, what's rhetoric is what I'm getting at. And they said,
Yeah.
what's the common goal that most of these people have? We're talking about women. They all feel oppressed. And a lot of them don't even feel oppressed. And if they do, it's not that much. But it was the common theme. It's the first rule in rhetoric. Find something that you all have in common, which is a common enemy.
Yeah.
Who's the enemy? Well, the oppressor. Who's the oppressor? Man. And feminism has changed, like its raison d'etre and what it was there for and its goals. If you read them in the beginning and you read them now, they're complete opposites. Complete opposites, because one extreme to another extreme usually doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? We say our minds work where we need to evaluate anything. One extreme to the other extreme, that's all we need. And we're going to fabricate what we think is in the middle. And all of life is in the middle. Myself, I've been very disappointed with all of that. I've been watching it for the longest time, how society here in Canada, in particular Quebec, has been manipulated since day one. I'll give you an example. I remember one of your colleagues, actually, a respiratory therapist, staunch separatist. However, I've gotten along with them since day one. And during the pandemic, I said, LA, I want to say this to you, and you already know why.
Yeah.
I said, just using the example of Canada, multiculturalism breeds segregation and discrimination.
Okay.
And he looked at me and he says, I said, don't take it out of the context of Canada and Quebec. He says, you're 100% correct. Because that's what they want to do. It's people who want to stay in control. And the only way they know how to do it is to manipulate the masses. And it's about time the masses wake up, because it's 2023 and we have access to all of the information instantaneously through technology. And you'd think we'd be more informed and making better decisions. But the complete opposite is happening. Because it's an onslaught of information and it doesn't educate people. It makes them stupider. And that's what they want.
Yeah. What up, Gringos? Let me, Gringos was still talking about the question of, like biblically women roles and the dynamics there. Are you there, Ghost?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Go. Let's go a little bit further into the male female roles and stuff. I guess also through a biblical, you were kind of asking instead of me responding. That's why I'm glad you came on. So let's dig into the male female stuff like that. Get through this. So the last statement you said was, give me a sec. The last statement sort of bellies your previous comment. So challenge me here. Share your opinion as well.
Well, no, I was talking about Greg, because he said something about women being more virtuous, which personally I strongly disagree with. But and then he said that, well, women nowadays aren't virtuous because they're the majority of violent crime, which is true. And he said something to the effect of the last 10 to 15 years. I think it's been longer than that, but so that's what I was just pointing out, is that claiming that women are more virtuous and then showing all this evidence that they're not very virtuous sort of belies that previous comment.
Yeah, like I think that I mean that, like we're talking about like vast generalizations and stuff like that. I just know that men tend to be more, again, generalization, more cerebral, and that tends to be sometimes cold-hearted. Even like, Christians that are very, let's say, theological, but you can tell it's like, dude, like you're too much here, like there's nothing there. And then women um, tend to have a lot of emotional virtue and wisdom, and men need that opposite to balance it. Like the man does have to integrate the feminine, and the feminine to a certain extent needs to
What does
integrate.
that mean, to integrate the feminine?
So archetypal things like, obviously, like aggression. Women can be aggressive too there, but we're talking about dominant traits in a large amount of the male, let's say, species. So we tend to have certain characteristics that are more predominant in men compared to women. The easy one, keep on saying, like aggressiveness, ambition, competitiveness.
So the women,
Yes, but
they're more competitive than men.
Yeah,
by nature.
well, I think that that's sort of
totally believe that.
Yeah,
they're in competition with themselves.
Yeah, so that's sort of like a key
well,
point.
like we're all humans,
I think
right?
I think a lot of these little
Yeah.
things that we think of.
Well, what
like
I
men
wanted to
having,
say is,
women
women nowadays don't want to be virtuous. They want to get completely away from what they were told they were supposed to be doing and how they were supposed to be behaving. Problem is they were given carte blanche, and they're going from one extreme to the other.
Yeah,
like,
so
for example, women don't want to be looked at as a sexual object, and all they do is portray themselves as a sexual object right at work.
Well, like,
where
so
we work,
first,
Chris.
so like that's why
Disgusting.
I had that earlier question to
I asked. They said, I asked the girl. I said, "What's with these little pants? What are they called?" And one of the nurses told me, "Oh, they're called skinny pants." And I responded right away. I said, "Well, why is it only fat chicks that wear them?" She almost peed her pants laughing and said, "Yeah, you're 100% correct. Why would you want to show everything off like that and leave nothing to the imagination or nothing to even be seen down the road, because it's all on display?" And what really freaks me out is it's on display in the context of where me and you work. It is so inappropriate. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they do it?
Well, like I want to make the statement that humanity right now is losing all their virtues, both men and women.
There is no humanity anymore. You nailed it.
But specifically, women lately has all of a sudden become, the more slutty I act, the more empowered I am. And I mean, just let's say in the 70s, 80s, go look at Elvis, go look at all, the big singers and stuff like that. No one was acting like completely naked and WAP from Cardi B and things like that. So women have like just totally plummeted, and the degeneration I find is rapid.
But they think they're empowering themselves by doing that, by portraying them as a sexual object.
That is a fact. So, but overall, society, men, women, it's all going downhill. And I'm right now, like Ghost, I'm not making, like, my opinion is kind of like, I'm trying to figure that out. Like, as you asked, I was like, like, I definitely don't. I ain't gonna defend it. I ain't dying on this hill. I might be wrong. I'm just musing thoughts and stuff like that. Jordan Peterson talks a lot about the differences between men and women, and when he was talking about it, he was really pulling it from studies that were published and stuff like that. So he was kind of he's very good explaining the studies, and showing the differences, and putting them in perspective, and acknowledging that on extreme sides, on the outside, there's extremely aggressive women, there's extremely feminine men. So I don't want to make generalizations like these are male virtues, those are that's not true. I'm just saying that because of the hormonal profile, it seems like the hormones can
It doesn't
nurture.
seem like it. It is. It's a scientific fact. Everything that Peterson talks about is scientifically proven. You can't dispute it. It
Yeah, I'm just
is
not
true.
articulating it well, because I haven't absorbed completely enough to regurgitate and say like, oh, like I know which study he's talking about. I went and checked, and now I can implement it. But when he's speaking, it makes very good sense. And like I said, there are temperaments that are created in a large majority of women based on the hormones, and there's behaviors that come with those hormone levels, men as well. The testosterone, it affects behavior. It will, and those behaviors, every behavior is either a vice or a virtue, right? I mean, so it's a misuse of it becomes a vice. Humans can have all spectrum of virtue, not denying that, but there are differences in temperament in large scale studies.
Don't feel sorry about it, Jason.
No, I don't.
It's just a fact. You don't have to rationalize it.
Well, it's because I say it with a grain of salt, because I'm not completely educated in it. I've listened.
Well, I understand.
So
but you don't need to be apologetic.
Not make absolute statements and that I might actually regret trying to defend if somebody brings a good point out. There's certain things.
Then don't try to split hairs with it. Canadian. That's the question I was going to ask. Why in the Muslim faith are women asked to cover their hair? Look it up. It's interesting.
Do you have something to say about that? I do, but I'll since you brought it up.
No, you go right ahead, because I was told one thing. Hair is one of the most accurate and visual examples of the flower of life. Mm-hmm. And for these reasons, I was kind of told in the Muslim faith.
Wait, so Jason doesn't have the flower
that this
of
is
life?
An attraction for men.
I am flowerless.
But they don't want it to be based on a sexual context and relationship.
Oh, yeah. I guess that
it's
counts.
Supposed to be based on what you were saying before about raising procreation.
Yeah.
Men and women, when you get together and you create a family, you're a team. Mm-hmm. You're not supposed to be in competition with your fellow teammates.
Jordan Peterson brought that up exactly. He said, look, he goes, he goes, life was extremely hard. It was a day-by-day struggle to maintain freaking shelter and food and clothing.
Survival.
And men worked together with women, and talking that men were oppressing women. Everyone was oppressed back in the day. It was like
oppression didn't exist back then. It was a concept that wasn't even around.
No, exactly.
Like inflation. What is it? It's a man-made word, a man-made concept, and it controls your life.
I think they just sort of forget the male oppression.
I don't know. For me, it's about time people say, like you're saying, it's working together. But everything that we see in mass media, and you're bombarded with 50, 60,000 forms of advertising every day in your life, and it is so highly effective in playing with your mind. It's crazy.
So, head covering, okay? Before going to the Muslims, let's look at what Christians say about women's attire. This is quite a long one, But short version,
Yeah.
the whole sons of God descending, creating angel human hybrids, sleeping with the women, and all that stuff from the book of Enoch, explaining Genesis 6. Here is an example here in 1 Corinthians 11. I am share screening, right? You see it? When you go down here.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for a Bible right now because I got a wild story.
For this cause ought the woman to have power on her head because of the angels. Okay. Nevertheless, neither is the man without a woman, neither the woman without the man in the Lord. For as the woman is of the man, even so is the man also of the woman, being all things of God. Judging yourself, it is comely that a woman pray unto God uncovered. So the whole thing, even the Muslims will say it's not in the Quran. It's not part of their religion. It is a cultural thing, and it's a sign of modesty. To put a bed sheet on them where you only see their eyeballs, going a little bit extreme, obviously, but to modestly wear attire where you don't see all of the curves, where it leaves, something like, wow, I wonder,
what's man's biggest weakness is what? His desire to procreate.
Yeah, inappropriately.
To plant his seed.
Yeah.
So what's the primary desire of a woman? To have a child.
Mm-hmm.
So we go this way.
Yeah.
We want to go with the girl who we're attracted to.
Yeah.
Women want to attract who? The biggest, strongest man. Why?
Yeah.
Because we're all animals. And that's how the animal world behaves. Because you want only the strong to survive.
Yeah.
Me, myself, I was going through hard times with a girl that I was living with. And there was a beautiful black lady who knew me.
Okay.
Her name is Gloria. And she gave me this book on October 7th, 2014. She says, To Craig by Gloria. God bless. I thanked her for it. And when I finally got into a divorce with my wife, I looked at it and I said, who put this marking here? This beautiful woman, Gloria. She marked out in the Bible in 1 Peter 2 and 3, verses 2 and 3, wives and husbands. In the same way, you wives must submit yourselves to your husband, so that in any of them do not believe God's word, you conduct. I'm sorry about that. You will win. It's exactly what you said. Women are supposed to bring out the good in man because we're more animalistic that way.
Yeah.
And it also goes on that
another way would be saying to open their hearts.
Because where it also says they're not supposed to use materialistic things and their body image to attract men.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just summarizing it quickly, but I always remembered that, and I said, it's so true. People, men,
was your wife
women,
or
men, anybody who's too materialistic and caught up in their own self-image.
You guys can hear me or not?
No, I can hear you. I just wanted to let him finish.
It's just kind of weird. You know what I mean? It goes against.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Gus.
I don't hear him.
Hello, testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead, Gus. Your turn. Go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to ask Craig if his wife was a Christian.
Jason,
did you hear? Ghost asked you a question.
I don't hear any of Green Ghost.
Really?
No.
Why? What the?
I couldn't say. Maybe it's really
well, until we fix this, Green Ghost was asking if your wife is a Christian. I don't even know if you're married, Craig.
No, not anymore. She was a very immoral person who used to claim to be a child of God. I used to just giggle my butt off. I said, really, eh?
Well, if I'm not
it's nice to use it when you want it because it's going to help you.
Yeah.
But like you said before, talking the talk's one thing, walking the walk's a different thing, man.
Yeah. Okay. Green Ghost, you hear him okay, right?
Yeah, I can hear him fine, but like
I don't understand why the hell. Did you click something on a square to mute him or something?
Oh, he muted me.
I don't know what I did, man. I don't think so. If I did accidentally, don't take it personal.
Did you
Like,
hear
"Ah,
Green? Did you hear Green Ghost before?
He said, "I'm gonna mute this asshole."
I'm not sure. I'm not sure because as soon as I put you on, I started trying to get on live.
Yeah.
But either or.
Hey, Ghost, can I just boot you out? Come back. I want to see if he can hear you.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and don't let me. I don't want to monopolize anything either. I'd love to hear his opinion on things.
No, I know. I had no idea that you couldn't hear him.
No, I just like hearing my own voice too, though.
This
Eh?
ain't working. This ain't working.
But isn't that an interesting story, though, Jason? How some beautiful lady came and brought me this. And she says, "I've been coming all week looking for you, and I finally found you. Here you go." Crazy, eh? It's a beautiful thing, man. That was almost 10 years ago.
Wow.
Oh yeah, and I still have the baby, man. Never get rid of it.
No way. Yeah,
I just thought that was a riot. It took me 2 years to finally figure out she marked a page for me. And it was all about husbands and wives. Because the crazy thing is, this lady had seen both me and my ex at work many times.
Yeah.
And she always was politely trying to tell me, "That's not for you, Craig. She's not a good person."
Yeah, well, if I'm not mistaken, that scripture, what that
anyways,
scripture means is
made
like,
me
say
feel
you're
really
married
good that
to
she had.
So you
you're
don't
married-
hear him, Craig? Okay,
Yep.
so he's gonna talk right now. Ghost's gonna call. You don't hear him again. Go ahead, Ghost.
All right, Craig is a pre-terrestrial.
No,
Do you hear him?
no.
You don't hear him.
Kind of once in a while, but no, not really.
Jeez.
Could have been something I did because I don't really know what I did, but I managed to get on with you guys.
Should I take a chance and boot you out, and then have you come back on, and maybe things will be fixed with us?
Nah, don't worry about
Probably not because I don't really know what I'm doing. But if you want to try it, sure. I got to eat my supper still too. I don't want to be rude. I just thought it was interesting.
No,
That's why
eat your supper while you talk. It's just shit. I want.
Yeah, you don't mind. I still got to heat up in that. Anyways, because me, I don't know. I don't want to get into any of the feminist shit there. I don't want to get into shit because it's just a tool. The main goal, the real enemy here is what you were speaking about before. You know, like I say, I feel sorrows for these people because it's just not right.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the real
the
tool?
Feminism and all of this crap and the divide and conquer are simple tools. Like, I don't know, you guys believe in climate change? I don't.
I am very very skeptical of the degree of the crisis. I don't believe we are in a crisis.
I hope you are.
I don't believe that the climate is a crisis. I think that it's being overhyped, and for the majority of the population, it's very hard to know what is real and what isn't.
I agree with you.
If they can be so manipulative and stupid with nutritional science, why the hell would I trust them with climate science?
My whole life, California, New York, Florida, they're all supposed to be underwater a long time ago. They used to say that we were going to go into a great deep freeze. Then during the pandemic, they were talking about
truth, right? Inconvenient
the Earth
truth.
It's constantly changing. It's a living organism. It's constantly in change.
Yeah.
Like during the pandemic, I was taking my dog and walking out in the woods every single day. It's the only goddamn thing we could do. And I would talk to my buddy, big climate, global warming. I said, I don't understand. And his name's the same as yours. I said, I don't get it, Trace. You've been always talking and whining about global warming. I said, I've been calling you since the middle of April, and it's the middle of May now. And every day I call you and say, why is it snowing?
Mm-hmm.
And he says, oh, that's okay. They took care of that. I said, what do you mean? He says, well, they changed it from global warming to climate change. Yeah, and I said, geez, what a brainstorm. That's a completely encompassing term. What does it not include?
Yeah, you
and
look
I said,
at that.
Boy, are you naive, man.
You know, inconvenient truth. Go rewatch that. Watch what he was saying was going to happen and when it was going to happen.
It's all nonsense.
Yeah.
All nonsense. We got people who think that the men control it.
Yeah. Okay, look, I'm going to take a chance because I really want
Yeah,
be
it
able
sucks. I
to
understand, but it's just either you and him or me and you, and yeah,
no,
I
it
get
doesn't
it.
have to. Let's take a chance. Let me kick you out. Try and redo exactly like you had did.
Nah,
Click on the link.
don't kick him.
I'll be
Don't kick
happy to
him.
try that. Cool.
Go ahead. No,
I'm
no,
gonna
it's okay.
I'm gonna go
Go
get something to
don't
drink
leave.
anyway.
Don't leave. Wait. Yeah. Anyways, the topic of the women stuff. I'm trying to figure out as I'm talking. I'm using. It's not a topic of that I would say I'm confidently assured of what I'm saying is correct and stuff. So I just I'm going more and more towards like the old school traditional. I find where I'm realizing, oh shit, this is not working. Our children are being, groomed for all sorts of garbage. Um, then I'm like going like, oh, maybe it's important that one parent be here, full time, to imprint our values. And I'm starting to, so then I'm going like, who should be there? Well, yes, men can be probably stay at home moms kind of thing. So men can be nurturing, I guess, too. There's some very cold-hearted women that are not motherly types. So I know there's all types. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure those hormones that are geared in women that breastfeed, the bond that men might not be able to understand, creating life in their belly, okay, experiencing life growing. It's like I think that all of that experience might be really important, and that women can compete, but maybe it's not about competing. Maybe it's like women are optimal, and our children are paying the price because our society just thinks that it's daycares and preschool and school and things like that. So it's like I'm becoming more conservative, I guess, without realizing, and becoming more traditional and more bigoted.
Well, you said that you guys homeschool your kids.
No, so my kids are 16 and 17, and Michelle's kids that I helped raise are like 29 to 23. So no, they went all through, the typical school system, but the school system, was not 10 years ago. They weren't teaching. There wasn't all these colors all over, let's just say, the classrooms, and it was a different, probably not as good. I had excellent quality. I mean, we had more religious education, so we learned about morals. We learned about different religions. We had art. We had music. We had like all sorts of sports. It was a rich education. I think I was very well taught. Science fair. All of these things now are just like non-existent. They just like stripped everything. So if I had children now, homeschool. Michelle, my wife's oldest, that's 29, has 2 kids now, and she is not putting no daycare. She is disgusted with what the kids are being taught and how they're being groomed into activism. And this sexualization of children at younger ages, confusing ideologies that was not an issue when we were growing up. Now all of a sudden everyone's confused. Everyone's born in wrong bodies, and it's like, what are you guys doing? Shut up about identity. Shut up about sexuality. Teach them math, right? Teach them English. Teach them how to behave and to be respectful, and all the rest. So, Craig, Green Ghost is going to talk. Can you hear him?
Hello.
Testing. Hello, Craig. Hello, Craig. Craig probably got me blocked or something. Who knows?
Yeah. So you can't hear him, Craig, again?
No, unfortunately. But that's okay.
It's okay. I'm gonna get off for a bit. I may come back on.
Continue with them because you basically keep me in the conversation anyways.
I'm just gonna wait on
Greg,
JD's
go
debate.
Quiet and listen.
You can go, okay, Green. I'll let you go. No, it's too hard to follow conversations and stuff like that. So let's go to something more along the line of the World Economic Forum. Let me pick your brain. I know we're on the same page about pretty much that issue, but what's your thoughts about the World Economic Forum? What do you think they're up to? What are your predictions?
Have you heard of the Georgia Monument?
Yeah, the Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah, the Guidestones. Yes. That's correct. The ones that
correct. Yes.
A while ago. They were erected in 1980.
Yeah.
I was told that the devil was given 2,000 years to take over the world by making humans not want to believe in God anymore. And that was the deal. And God said, yeah, man, but there's one catch. You can't lie to them. You can't deceive them.
Uh-huh.
And I'm kind of losing my train of thought here. But what do I think?
Georgia Guidestones and about
what I was going to say is the other thing is when God had made this deal with the devil, devil was not allowed to deceive us and lie to us, so he had to tell us what he was doing.
Okay.
And the Guidestones, exactly it. That's a perfect example of him telling the world what he wants to do. It was even like 10 Commandments. There's 10 of them. It was almost to be like the Bible.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. They
want
to bring down
the new 10 Commandments, right? You saw that, the 10 Commandments, but it's like based on
the new world order 10 Commandments.
The new climate religion. It's 10 the new 10 Commandments. There's even in Israel, Jerusalem. Some Jewish person. He made like a mock, stone 10 Commandments, and he did his little ritual thing, and he smashed it, and then made the statement about the new 10 Commandments. I have the Guidestones popped up here.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I was happy.
And I
go to the line where they talk about world population. World population.
Yeah, I want to go to where it actually says what's written.
Beautiful.
Probably wicked.
The more people start to see these things, they will wake up.
Yeah.
And what we were talking about before, with the green ghost, is the values and things like that. It all goes on to what I'm talking about. How are they going to take people over? Well, first of all, they're going to force both parents to work. So therefore, like you said, your kids will not be instilled with your values. They're going to be instilled with the values society and their school wants to give them. So they basically, you're not raising your kids anymore. And the effect that you're having on them is minimal. And these are all goals to controlling.
I completely agree. That is satanic.
It's
Satan's plan.
It's a tool. Satan was given the deal, man. I mean, the beautiful song by what's his name again? The Scottish singer, Christa Berg, man. The Spanish Train. I mean, have you ever heard that song?
No.
Well, you go and listen to The Spanish Train by Christa Berg. It's exactly what we just said. Exactly. It's it's crazy. You love it. You love it.
Now, I don't want to get a strike here, but here, let me read the 10 Commandments here that the Guidestones have. So it's maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature, and guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. So
it almost sounds like the Third Reich in the Aryan race, eh?
Yeah, guide reproduction wisely. Does that mean that they will decide who can reproduce? Does that mean
they will decide everything?
they're going to implement the eugenics program, which is sterilizing and even eventually murder of genetic defects, lower intelligence, even attractiveness. So
Somebody doesn't call it the Fourth Reich. They call it the Fourth Industrial Revolution.
yeah.
Isn't that ironic, eh? Go and look up the Azov company out in Ukraine.
The World
A lot of
Economic
interesting things.
They talk. Klaus talks about the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which
Yeah,
is
it's the Fourth Reich.
Yeah, which is like also technocracy, you know, and it's the merging of man with machine, where we are the new commodity.
Yeah,
Where
you're going back to that crazy guy, Yuri or Yuri something.
Eh?
Yeah. It's none of this is new.
No.
Hitler didn't die and kill himself in a bomb shelter. He peacefully died somewhere in South America as an old man.
Yeah,
along with the rest of them all. The Third Reich never died. The dream for the Aryan race.
Don't forget about Hitler. Let me read all of these so we're not jumping everywhere, and then after remind me about Hitler. Because there's a lot of government files that were now released.
Yep.
And like this whole he shot himself in a bunker. No.
Cyanide.
There's full of files, them searching all around the world for this guy. They don't know. They were looking, therefore they didn't find him in a bunker. They just said that. So who knows what happened to Hitler? Like you said, he could have lived out his life somewhere. Weird areas in certain countries where you arrive and it's only they only speak German. Like I think they're in the Spanish area. It's like all of a sudden, boom.
There's places in South America that look exactly like Germany and have the same climate. And they all fucking flew out of Morocco. They all took fucking submarines from Morocco.
I think Project Blue Paperclip or Project Paperclip, there was something about getting these Nazi scientists to the States.
Yep.
You know, because they were like, no, we're like, we want these guys. So they basically cleaned up the files of these Nazis, and you know, they were part of NASA. They were part of all sorts of aspects.
All technology comes from Germany. I don't know why, but they're just highly inventive people. Look at the medical industry. Every piece of medical equipment comes from Germany, West Germany.
Yeah, well, look at me, my YouTube other channel. It's I work for, well, I lecture for a German company that does electrical impedance tomography, and all our ventilators that we have are purchased from Draeger. That is a German company. They're very good technologically. So number 3 of these guide stones is unite humanity with a living new language. Don't forget that God said, they all speak one language, and if we don't confuse the languages, they basically are of one mind, one language, and you know, everything they put their mind to, they could accomplish. That's the problem is that man has the potential of knowing angelic powers and secrets, and we can literally, like, we're already touching DNA. That's a no-no, right?
Yep.
That's God stuff, and you can tell that the more that we're getting globalized, the more that we're getting into a global community, the more now that with apps we're able to communicate with apps to different language. I can talk to somebody that's Chinese, you know, Google Translate it, send it back.
Everything's made easier.
Yeah.
Facilitate and make everything easy for people. So therefore they become fat and stupid, lazy. Yeah. Our attention span.
How about here? Rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. So faith and tradition should be ruled, and with tempered reason. It's like, don't be too extreme, like with your faith. So yeah, you can have your faith, but like,
Nothing specific has
don't
ever
talk
been
about it.
discussed. It's
That's it.
all open-end statements.
Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. While we know there's no justice, there will never be justice until Christ comes back. And the law system, the justice of courts is corrupt. So protecting people is protecting them, basically from themselves, I guess. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. So again, world court deciding about what nations internally are supposed to do. If the world court has to step in, that's one world government right there. Avoid petty laws and useless officials. Well, if you want a one world authoritarian dictator, yeah, let's start saying that pretty much there's too many smaller compartmentalized governments. Let's just disillusion them all and just concentrate all the power into the world court. Balance personal rights with social duties. They're personal rights. They need to be balanced. So we're going to take a little bit of those personal rights,
But the only thing concrete that's being said in these statements is one thing. There's a ruler and there's the rest of the people on the planet, all governed by that one ruler. That's the only thing that's clearly stated in every one of those lines. Anything else? Completely open-ended and subjective, individualized and personalized by each individual reader. That's why that's like the Bible. That's a really intelligent, manipulative literature. Highly, highly effective.
Yeah. Then it's like prize, truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. Let's just call it infinite, so that we can say there, it's an energy or a vibration. There's no personal God there. Prizing truth, like whose truth? Beauty, love, I guess, is allowing everybody and affirming everybody, because that's loving and that's caring. No, okay. There is reality. Words had definitions that we all agreed upon. That was a way of communicating and expressing thoughts about reality. We need concrete, well-defined terms that express actual objective reality, that they're trying to prize the truth of inclusiveness, all at the expense of removing our ability to literally communicate. And if we cannot communicate, changing definitions also affects our ability to literally critically think eventually.
And to unite against an oppressor.
Say it again.
As well as to eliminate our ability to unite against an oppressor.
Yeah.
It's everything is geared towards that one goal. Yeah. And it's so clearly pointed out everywhere to me. It's mind-numbing.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the definition of a vaccine? You take it once in your life.
Yeah.
World Health Organization changed that definition to accommodate the most profitable product the world has ever seen. And now a vaccine, you get it every 4 months.
Yeah.
And now we call the flu shot a flu vaccine too.
I know.
Semantics go a long way.
Not to talk too directly about that one. I don't want to get striked out.
Fair enough. I just say semantics go a long way.
The last one, be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature. Leave room for nature. How do you leave room for nature? Well, it's simple. Let's shuttle you into these smart city, 15-minute cities with total surveillance, packed into minimalism, the minimalism that's saying, we hoard too many things and we really don't need all the stuff that we have and we should live simple, which again sounds truth. It's a partial truth, but their idea is don't own anything. You know what? Just share space and a shared economy, and you don't need to own any of your appliances. You can rent it. If you need something, you can, there's an app, and a drone will bring it within this many minutes. You don't need a car.
Called Amazon Prime, man.
Yeah, before you know it, you don't have a car. So now they're deciding if you have the ability to travel certain areas.
So what you're saying
is we're all getting mad. We all want to protest something, which we're not allowed to do in Canada. And we want to get together at a certain location. But now we don't own vehicles. They're all electric, Uber, self-driving Google cars.
So what they've done is they've taken away your independence from you and made you don't have independence anymore. You're not in control of yourself, and you don't have self-will anymore.
No, exactly. So me and you, let's say, we're talking, we're opening up a group, we're not agreeing with something. They're tracking all of our texts, all of our conversations, audio, the phone, the camera. Then we decide, let's on this date we're going to get together. We go, call our car, and all of a sudden you punch in the location to meet, and all of a sudden it says this location is temporarily unable to be driving. The car is telling me at the moment we can't get to that location. Therefore, they can stop all gatherings. But we were like, why own a car? Look, you pay, all these years to get it, and then finally when you pay it off, you need a new car. So why don't you just buy it as a service? And but it's like, but now you don't have an ability to travel anywhere besides being on foot or bicycle. And now they're controlling, because if I want to gather with you somewhere, it's a no. And then after, how about not owning a home? Same thing. Put you in a very precarious area. Let's ban all homesteading. No, you can't have eggs. No, you can't. You can't have chickens.
Why is that?
Eh?
Why is that? I have, all I've heard is the bath another time. But yeah. No, this is exactly it. It's all about creating a complete dependence. When somebody's completely dependent on you, you're in 100% control.
And then people are going to be, after coming out of this economic crash, which they want to crash the economic system. Money is not important anymore. They can switch to just imaginary digital numbers. The resource is not even, the resource is data. Data is the new gold, and we are the new commodities, and we are, the ones that are going to be.
But we're fighting that, man. We're fighting it. We're fighting that. That's not what the world really wants. And most of the world has woken up to this, and they're very, very frustrated with the situation. I don't think people are going to put up with this.
They're definitely, we're kind of in a situation now where they're isolating us, and they make me feel like I'm one of the few that the majority are completely, on the opposite page. I mean, when I'm going around at work, I mean, I talk to like a handful of people, like the majority, and it seems like the more
they're afraid to talk about it.
Healthcare professionals, physicians, highly educated people that are not stupid, they're the most brainwashed, and they are completely.
How are they brainwashed? Financially.
They just trust.
Financially. They spent way too much money to become doctors.
That too. Yeah.
And then they were told, if you don't follow us, you'll never practice medicine on the face of the planet Earth.
Yeah.
And who told them that? Remember a long time ago in Canada and the States, but just talking about Canada, there was a huge movement to separate the church and the state. And we did it. But unfortunately, we replaced the church with big business. The church was better for us than big business. maybe neither of them were good. I'll even accept that.
And we've replaced like, I think the new religion is science, you know, and the scientists are the priests. People have blind faith. It's like, oh, really? That scientist said that? Oh, he has he has the credential. Have you verified? Why are you taking it as the gospel truth, what he's saying? Okay, you don't know
Because we don't have the attention span,
yeah,
and we're too busy doing other things, fulfilling our desires.
Yeah, and like, you don't know the guy. You took what he said as the gospel, as face value, and how many times you hear people, I trust the science, I follow the science, 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 science. It's like, okay, well, you know what? The more I look into science, the more I see bias, the more I see manipulation. You know,
keep going. What's science based on?
Current
the sharing
science?
of information and other people trying to prove you wrong. That's how something is proven to be
like
true.
Yeah, like physical science, okay, what was developed by Christians, by believers in a creator, because they believed that the creator that creation was intelligent. They knew that there'd be laws and fixed laws and order in creation.
And they got all of that from the stars.
From all the creation. So physical science is very good at describing the seen world, the physical world. No problem with that, and there's no real propaganda or need for corruption. When it gets into things like pharmaceutical science, when it gets into nutritional science, when it gets into quantum theories and theory of evolution and theories, and the minute that you cannot, when you're looking at what created life or how old the universe is and stuff, there are factors that you are assuming to come to these conclusions. Okay. And I don't buy into evolution. I'm not saying it's a 6,000 years, but I'm saying that that a lot of people don't watch debates on evolution. And when I did, way before becoming a Christian, I was just curious. Like, when the flat Earth was going, I was checking that out. I'll check everything and anything. I'm a curious guy.
Of course, why not?
And when I fell on these evolution debates, expecting, oh gosh, this is like a creationist against these PhD professors. They look stupid, the professors. I found that they had no substance. Then I watched another one and another one.
All they want to do is deny the existence of a creator. Call it whatever you want. I'm going to use that word.
Completely a theory. It is not supported with facts the way people think and assume. And I open-mindedly watched this. I didn't need to prove evolution wrong. I wasn't a Christian. I didn't have to fit it into the 7-day creation of Genesis. I just open-mindedly listened. And the more and more I listened, the more scientists who happen to be Christians, debates with educated authorities that happened to not believe in evolution. And I was shocked. I was like, wow, that makes a lot more sense. Wow, that's a great answer. Wow, that makes a lot more sense. And it's like, oh, evolution guy. Wow, like you're spinning in circles. It's like time is the hero in evolution. It's like, we've never seen anything that is evolution. We've never seen another species pop a different kind, but all of a sudden, add billions of years, and for some reason, the billions of years magically fixes the problem. All of the geological columns, the sediment layers can more accurately and scientifically be based on a worldwide flood where large amounts of subterranean water exploded out. We can see that in the huge
because science is concrete.
Yes,
science is concrete.
The layers. They explain Why don't all dead people, all dead things become fossilized? It's a very specific. That shit was buried quickly and fast under a lot of heat, pressure. That's what fossilized it. We have seashells on mountains. Okay, you know and they've proven there's something called the mini Grand Canyon. And it
Okay.
was formed in a matter of hours with a flood. Let me see if I can pop that up. Mini Grand.
Nothing's more powerful than water. It's the most
That's
powerful
exactly.
element on the earth. And it's
Yeah.
crazy because it's the one unique element on the earth as well, with people who talk about, you know, all the ice is melting and the oceans are gonna, levels are gonna go up and everything's gonna get flooded. And I say, I don't understand you. You don't remember like your grade 4 science class? The only element that expands when it's frozen is water. Every other element gets smaller. So when water's frozen, it takes up more physical space than when it's in the liquid form.
Yeah.
How is that going to raise the level of the seas? It's going to make them go down. But you talk to this with an adult, and he'll try and argue it with you. It's a dude, man. Sorry. Fill up a glass with ice. Okay, overflow it with the ice. Come back when it's melted and tell me if the glass is even full.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Grand
We
Canyon.
become really, really, really brainwashed. And like we were saying, our attention spans have been depleted, man. So we don't care anymore.
No.
We don't care. We're in a society that's disposable. That's why none of the products that we buy are even made to last. Less is more, but no, we all want more. Everybody wants to live in a big house with rooms they never even use. They spend all of their day, you know, like you said before, driving in a car that they got to go to work to pay for, so they can go pay for the, you know, the house that they're living in that they never spend any time in because they're, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They caught it. They turned us into dogs chasing our tails. And the biggest step was when they destroyed the family unit and forced both parents to work and not raise their kids. That was the biggest gain towards their goal.
That's it. And now it's you know, polyamory. It's just, you know, Pornhub, RedTube, just massive amounts of porn. This stuff can mess up adults. It can ruin marriages. It's addictive. It reacts on dopamine centers, reward centers. You become desensitized. You need weirder and weirder stuff, and this screws up adults and corrupts them. Imagine children who their brain is developing. The dopamine receptors are still in the process of developing. They're already getting dopamine releases from trying to have an account and posting the you know, excessive social media, the pornography that will while they're developing. It's just,
we live in a society who is run by our id. And kind of our ego, but mostly our id. Our super ego doesn't exist anymore. That's why there is no balance. It's gone from one extreme to the other.
I had did a video too about exactly sexualization in society.
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, you know, it's like, look, I'm trying
It's
to
the devil's work, man.
Trying to live, you know, a Christian life, trying to follow the Bible, lust,
and you're considered an outcast.
And it's overwhelming. You know, the sex that
it's everywhere. It goes back to what I was talking about, skinny pants, and how women don't want to be considered a sexual object, but that's all they portray themselves as.
Yeah.
I mean, like, fuck, what a contradiction.
Like, look at this. This thumbnail, okay? I just snapped it from a YouTube channel. You know, it's like, damn, like this used to be something like considered softcore, you know, porn and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And
Now it's on mainstream TV at primetime hours for the kids to watch.
and it's always in our face. It's just 24/7, you know,
Yeah.
breasts, sex, and it's desensitizing. And you
Well,
know,
how do you
men.
feel about young kids being read storybooks by men dressed up as women?
I don't
I
agree.
find it bizarre. I don't understand. They talk about
It's
teaching your
extremely
child
weird.
to be inclusive.
Yeah,
Say, all
and
that tells me is you're not allowing your child to ever have a childhood.
yeah, it's like, dude, like, what kind of agenda are you pushing? These kids are not thinking of that at all. Like, why are you making them question?
I'll tell
You
you
know,
why. Because
well,
they
I
don't
know why.
want the
Yeah,
kid
it's
to
just
have a
horrible.
childhood when he's a child. They want
Yeah.
him to become an immature adult. And when he's adult, then they're going to allow that adult to have his childhood with all of the anything you want. And it's all right there. Just go and take it.
They
It's
they
all
don't
about
they
make,
don't need, okay, all of these workers. There are so many jobs that can be done more efficiently with AI and with robots and all of the technology. So now
and
they're sitting here and they're like, okay, we want to implement this fourth industrial revolution, this technocracy. What the hell are we going to do with all of these useless people? So
get rid
that's
of them.
why, well, yeah, they'll get rid of them, but you know, let's legalize and decriminalize drugs. Let's let fentanyl run rampant.
That way
Let's
there's
let
no blood on their hands because we kill ourselves.
overdose. Let's lock down the world for this virus that was more an issue for elderly people and even not all of them. But let's not calculate the epidemic of fentanyl. You know, and then after you have the anti-nutrient, you have the nutrient deficiencies. Once the plant-based agenda, which will be passed, less and less animal food, the carbon tax. Make sure that people are eating and
This is
consuming
what
what we
we
want.
need to fight this more. And Canada is fighting it because the rest of the world is
Win.
highly critical of our PM.
Oh yeah,
Right
no,
out there.
definitely.
Um,
Trudeau doesn't care. He is doing an audition for his World Economic Forum leaders, so that when his term is done, because think of it, he's like, okay, at best, I do another 5 years, and then what? Where do I go? Well, I was a teacher, so like, where do you want me to go?
he's a
So
graduate of the Young Globalist School of the World
yeah,
Economic
exactly.
Forum.
So
So is our
all he
our
cares
deputy prime minister.
He cares about showing allegiance, okay, to the World Economic Forum, so that
Exactly.
maybe he has one of the high positions in the one world
Maybe
authoritarian.
he'll be spared.
Yeah,
But you're
yeah.
absolutely right. Exactly
He'll
that.
be,
And it all works on blackmail and the abuse of our desires, our id.
yeah.
But what's happening right now, I'm starting to see people's opinions are changing. I just ran into a buddy of mine whose mother is sick today, at the hospital, and they're open-minded. And I told them again, I said, I won't debate anything with you right now. We'll just spit it out real quick because at least you're open-minded about it. But yeah, not many people, even him, has faith in this anymore because he says, no, because I already know that the world's controlled by a few people and it always has been. And they're really greedy people that don't want to give up what they have. They only want more. So
Technology wasn't advanced enough, or wasn't unable to be implemented for them to do what they want to do. Now they know it's, you know, we have the technology. We you know, we can trace everybody. We can start you know, facial recognition, facial recognition. We're just going like, it's not their opinion. Money's gone here. This is the form of currency. Oh, you know what? Like, we're all gonna have a basic universal income, which to them is like, okay, like,
Well, that's what they want, but I don't believe that's ever going to happen. I really don't.
I really think it will. With you won't be able to buy or sell without the mark. I think that China is the perfect. Look,
China is our role model. Remember,
China is our role model. World Economic Forum. They love China. Trudeau loves China. And what is one of the most powerful tools that they have is
suppression.
Their social credit score.
Yes, suppression.
That's it. So once they remove our ability to homestead, once they're in control of the food supply, once they're feeding you the money, because
we're lucky though, Jace? We're lucky. Canada, the World Economic Forum, and Trudeau, they're lucky for the same reason. We're physically attached to our neighbor down south. That works both ways. Highly effective. I've discussed this with you in person on how the WEF and why Canada is so far up in allegiance with them. Just think of it. There's only one thing that stands in the way of what we're discussing right now. It's our neighbors down south and the rest of the world who are waking up to it, but they don't have the clout, the leverage. They do when they're in numbers.
Is that, of course, people are going to wake up. Of course, eventually there'll be a revolt. But that's the problem. I know that the people, when they do this, it will not be civil disobedience. It will not be peaceful. It will be violent, rioting, and just total violence. And that's what they're waiting for. That's what they're provoking. And they don't even need bullets, man. They could just use their DARPA and freaking bust our eardrums with sound frequency massively. They have the technology. They have the aerial surveillance. They have all the
technology to do many things, but I don't think that's ever gonna sit in the U.S. That'll never happen there. It just won't. It won't.
I never thought that Americans would hate their country. I never thought that they would hate their
flag. They don't. That's what the mainstream media wants you to think. I got an ex-girlfriend who lives down in the States with 4 of her kids, and she thinks I'm nuts. I said, really, eh? You wait and see. Time will tell. I've been telling that to people for the last 3 years. And yeah, time has told. I haven't been wrong on anything. It's not me. These aren't my thoughts. I was just lucky enough to have found this information. And it's all being. I remember coming into work one day and overhearing the doctors talking to their residents, talking to the doctor who's in charge of them, and how uncomfortable they are with having to continually falsify death certificates. And I said, and I really appreciate you guys allowing me to listen to that, because it's exactly what I've been reading everywhere too, man. It's so, we don't like monopolies. Remember, Bell Canada was a monopoly and it screwed us. So we got rid of them. We never got rid of the monopolies. We keep joining them. I don't know, man. Other than to say that people are sheep, we've lost. The biggest gift God gave us was free will.
Yeah.
And we've given this up.
We've given
our desires, our immediate desires fulfilled. We gave up our free will.
When I look at China, there's that syndrome. Is it Stockholm syndrome, where there's a syndrome where, let's say, somebody is kidnapped and eventually they become like comfortable and bonded to the victim, the victimizer. I think it's Stockholm syndrome. And you'd be surprised. You'd look at like, total surveillance in China. Completely, the social credit score, unable to do things if you're not complying, if you're saying anything, if you're purchasing a certain thing. And you have these citizens that are like, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, you shouldn't have anything to hide. Completely happy with the perks of being good global citizens. So it's like there will still be a large amount of people that almost like welcome this increased authoritarianism.
Of course, it makes them feel safe.
Yeah.
Like I always like to tell people at the dog park.
I'm alone in my car 3 years into
Yep.
this situation. I have a mask. I'm in my car alone driving.
People ask me, they say, how do you get your dog to be so calm? I said, because it has rules. A dog with a lot of rules knows where it stands and how it's supposed to behave in every context because you've taught it. That's why it's a calm dog.
Like this idea that
people aren't supposed to be like that.
Follow your passions kind of thing. It's like, look, I did that. Okay. I followed my passions. I led a hedonistic lifestyle, pleasure, fun, partying, let's go. And it imprisoned me. My desire to lead a life where I was led by my passions. I did what I wanted. I did
your
not
id.
the rules.
Your id.
It enslaved me. That is, and this is not like some profound truth. I mean, Pinocchio.
We've all been there.
Pinocchio goes to that fun fantasy whatever land, smokes cigars, drinks beers, and busts windows, and then they turn into what? Jackasses, and then they're in prison.
Well, what do you do? Do you have a job?
Eh?
Do you have a job?
Yeah.
What is your job?
What do you mean, like in society?
Yeah. How do you make your money? Do you have a job?
Yeah, respiratory therapy. Yeah.
No, you have a vocation, not a job. Yeah. Remember, semantics go a long way. Like you were saying before, changing the definitions of things to confuse us. I'm old school. Always have been. I've been called a conservative my whole life, and yeah. Are you there? Yeah, nothing wrong with it, man. It to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just quickly, to me, it comes down to basically people who believe in a God and people who don't.
Yeah.
That's how we've been divided, and we've been pushed in these directions. We were given free will by God, and now here on earth, the devil gave us the fulfillment of all of our desires.
Yeah.
Which is just kind of like the bad free will.
That's the problem where people don't understand. It's like, this is all about worldview, like you said, and using logic, rationality, intelligence. Okay, you have a person who's very logical, rational, and intelligent, but he's an atheist, so he will use and come to logical, rational conclusions based on the worldview he started with. And then you have somebody else that's just as rational logic and will come to a rational, logical conclusion based on their worldview. So it's a worldview.
They think that man themselves and man or women, whatever you want to call, all humans are in complete control of themselves and their destinies.
Yeah.
But come on, man. So in other words, you're going to tell me you're going to make the sun shine today? You're not in control of everything. Mother Earth. I love that about older cultures. I'll just give the example of quote unquote native Indians here in North America. I mean, it's a shame. They called it Mother Earth. And just that term is not only endearing, it acknowledges that everything you and everything that you have or need comes from Mother Earth. So you should be good to them.
Yeah.
To her. We've lost that, man. Now it's all about us. Like I said, you don't have a job.
Us. It's the worship. It's the worship of Earth now. Gaia worship. Instead of worship,
worship, man.
We're worshiping created things. But God knows that we were born to worship God. Okay. And worship him not because he tells us to worship him, because when we were in a face-to-face relationship with him, we experienced his qualities, his nature, and you couldn't help.
Could you call it a positive energy or aura?
I don't know. All I'm saying
Call
is,
it what you want, but they felt better about themselves when they were with him, right?
of course. But the thing, what I'm saying is because of that's the dynamic. God's supposed to be, radiating his love onto us, and we're supposed to receiving it, and we reciprocate. Just knowing his love, knowing is good, and it's a wonderful thing. But now, when we refuse to worship God, he's not saying you got to worship me because he's petty. He's saying you have no choice, but you were made to worship me, and I'm here.
And why were we made to worship him, though?
If you don't worship me, you're going to worship something else, and anything other than me is demonic. So you'll start by worshiping yourself. You will make yourself an idol. You will create things in your
You become
image.
an egomaniac, materialistic.
That's it. So it's like there's rules. I don't want rules. I want to follow my passion. Okay, well, you know what? Oops. He said don't do that because you're going to become enslaved and imprisoned by your own passions. Oh, that's why he said it. And
May I give an example? I want to give a quick example of one of the things that we enslaved ourselves to. Technology.
Yeah.
Ask somebody to differentiate between science and technology. Good luck. They can't. And that's exactly it. Man's potential, as far as we know, is limitless.
Yeah.
And I truly believe that too. But in saying that, just because I asked one of my buddies, an atheist, why would you do that? Because I can. Just because you're able to do something, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a good thing to do for you or for the world around you. So to answer me like that, I found just ridiculous. I do something bad because I could.
Yeah, but that's like Aleister Crowley that says, "Do what thou wilt," and that is kind of the Luciferian mantra. Is
yes, moda operandus.
Screw everybody else. They're the
me, myself, and I.
Yeah.
And that's why we're always in competition with each other, stabbing each other in the back. That's why there's no integrity or ethics left in the world, because it's not important. But yet,
go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I was going to show, like that's why this one.
Sorry, I'm looking at it again now. Like exactly that. Who are you to fucking take a life? Who are you to kill something, man? I don't think you should have the right. But nowadays, in the States, the Democrats passed a law. They wanted to pass it. It didn't go through. That you were allowed to have an abortion even after the quote-unquote fetus that developed into a living human being was breathing on its own in the atmosphere. I changed my mind. You realize that the Planned Parenthood program down in the States is one of the most disgusting satanic entities the world is? You realize how, like, they talk about the industry, the business of human body parts.
Yeah,
it's huge. Yeah. And I'm just speaking for medical terms. It's not ethical.
Yeah.
But I mean, if somebody wants to sell one of their kidneys for whatever reasons, you're right. Yeah. But in opening up this bag of worms, it's gone a lot farther. I'm not even going to go there. All I want to say is why I think that things are going to turn out well is, and people are gonna stand their ground, because nobody likes to see bad things being done to a child.
Yeah, but we're all sitting here because
we're waking up, man. We're waking up
about certain medications being given to children and certain procedures.
This is Canada, though. You don't want to. I got a buddy of mine who's been freaking out. He was one of the people who had his bank account frozen. This person had their bank account frozen.
Yeah.
For going to the truckers' protests. And he has the same outlook as you. He thinks it's going to change, but it's going to be nasty before it changes. And like I tell him, and he's always getting a little stressed out because he's not seeing enough. He's not seeing it. I say, because you're only looking at Canada. Don't concentrate on Canada. Only concentrate on what's going down south. You want to look to Brazil? Go and look in Brazil. Go and look in Mexico. Yeah. Go and look in Haiti. Go and look in Ukraine, in Russia. But just to try and make yourself see some light, just look what's going on down in the States. You have to look for the information, but it's all out there. And it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Like Disney and their woke, do you ever follow what they were doing there? DeSantis with Disney in Florida?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They said, you people don't start following our value systems, you won't do business in our state anymore. See, that's the beauty of America. And that's why it's the only thing that stands in the way of globalism. Everybody knows that. That's why they're going at it. And how do you defeat America? You got to financially bankrupt them. And they've been doing that for a long time. In the U.S. Constitution, it's illegal for any government official to give money, tax dollars, and use it outside of the U.S. In the Constitution, it's written. It's illegal for you to take money from your citizens and give it to someone else. All of the income that you get from your citizens is solely for the functioning of your country. And you have to remember, America is a republic.
Yeah.
That's what saves us all. The U.S. Constitution is one of the most incredible pieces of literature ever written. Ever. Because it's a living, breathing entity that is able to change with time and society's values. It's incredible. But the beauty of it is, the federal government doesn't have control. Each individual state has control over its destiny, period. The federal government's only there to collect taxes and maintain the roads and things like that, for example. It can't tell any one of the states what it can do. And like they were talking about the abortion laws there with the Roe versus Wade, you got to go and look that up, man. She was an actress who on her deathbed, who died just recently in the last year, wanted to come clean. She was an actress who was paid to play that role. And whatever. Then they started saying it's your constitutional right. Yeah. Abortion's never been a constitutional right, ever. Hasn't been, and it still isn't. Yeah. Why? Because constitutional rights are given to you by who? God. Yeah. Nobody else. And because they're given to you by God, nobody can take them away from you. But I want to continue on to say, abortion is legal in the United States, in certain states. But that's the beauty of a republic. Each individual state will grab its citizens, its populace, and say, decide on it. Yeah. Remember? Yeah. Of the people, by the people, for the people, man.
Well, this is why I don't understand why everyone is freaking out when, this whole Roe versus Wade, whatever thing that happened. It was like the federal government was just
because it was suppression against women, remember?
Yeah. But the government, all it said was, you know what? We're stepping back federally and we'll let each state determine. Okay.
That's the way it always has been.
And you can go to the other state and go have your damn abortion if you want. That's it.
Exactly.
Why
that's called freedom.
They were freedom. They were talking like it was the end of the world. It's like they didn't ban anything. All they said was, we're staying out of it. We're not putting it as a federal right, like
mass media.
Yeah.
All going against who? Conservative ideology.
Yeah.
And what's conservative ideology? Especially when we're speaking about in the context of the U.S., God. Nothing else. Trust in God is written on every single piece of U.S. currency. You're
Yeah,
going to
and
take
the
that
founding
away?
fathers too. You listen to their quotes and stuff. It's all Christian.
All of their laws are based on their value system, and their value system is Roman Catholic, well, whatever, Christianity. Period. Same thing with Canada. Why are we trying to change it? Like I said before, multiculturalism is nothing but a segregational, discriminatory, racist concept. Look at Quebec. Look at Canada. People, when they come in here, they all go into their own groups for survival. And it stays like that. Look at the people we work with. Do you find that they participate in our quote unquote Canadian society? Not at all. Not at all. They're not even interested in our value systems. So many people come here and want to change our policies and laws. Why? Well, because the beauty of Canada and the States is freedom. You have the right to discuss and change things if that's what your populace wants.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I say, I don't understand. So many people come from places that are messed up. Why don't you stay and try and fix it? Okay, yeah, that's tough. Okay, I give it. That's fine. So you want it to split? No problem. But why do you bring your problems from your old country to our country? And then when you're in our country, you want our country to go and fix those problems in your old country.
Mm-hmm.
You catch what I'm getting at? Like I was saying before about, you think the American population is happy to give, I don't know, what is it, $300 billion to Ukraine?
Mm-hmm.
Why? I'm just using that as an example. Anytime.
Freaking makes sense. It's so stupid.
That's like, just an example. Yeah, has nothing to do with what's going on between there and the war. I won't even get into any of that. It's just legally. But you see, this is how you're going to defeat the one thing that stands in your way, which is the U.S. You need to kill it from within. Go and look up communist China and read their public statements on their goals. What does the Communist Party of China want to do? This goes back to 1970. We will infiltrate and take over the United States of America. Period. Well, that's what they've been doing right up to the balloons last week.
Yeah, Craig. The debate just started. JD versus Jeff Phillips.
Who's that? What debate?
JD's my friend Garland Farms. It's on the Crucible. You can see it up here. Like I'm share screening, right?
You've got it on, yeah.
Go to the Crucible.
I'm running out of juice because I'm doing this on my phone. I got to go down and get my cord.
We're gonna have to cut it out. This live stream. I want to go see JD debate. So guys,
take care.
The Crucible. If you want to see JD and encourage him, he's part of our small community. Click here, and the debate has been started. So I'm gonna kick you out. I'm logging off, buddy. I want to go see this debate.
How do I get to him if I don't push play on you? Just look up Garland Farms.
No, just go to YouTube, right?
Yeah.
The Crucible channel.
The Crucible channel.
Yeah, the Crucible channel. It'll like this here.
Like I did to find you, eh?
Yeah, watch here. I'll start it over.
The Crucible.
Yeah, you just go the.
Fair enough.
Crucible
I still haven't eaten yet, anyways. But I'm gonna check that out.
Channel like that. Then click here and then click the live. All right, I'm out of here, guys.
Bye for now.
Talk soon. To be continued. We have a lot more to talk about. See you, man. Bye. All right, guys. Let's go to the Crucible. Let's encourage JD.